it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No,
Yo, 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 yo! Let's go! Let's go! Oh! Fucking tired! Dude, you like the music? Let's go! Going to advertising? All right. I mean, I kind of am in advertising, right? It's what I say. I feel far away. Dude, I'm so tired. Let's go. After you. Cling to what you're given, nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go! Six hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Let's go. Everybody's piling in, baby. I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder. My pleasure together. Let's go. Everyone. Thank you, Pendros. Anticipating. I don't know what you're asking. Like, if you're asking, do you mind if you simply stream my content? Like, kind of, I guess. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. Right? My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. I mean, I guess we don't mind reaction channels, right? Because I finally found myself. People are reacting to it. But other than that, you bring a question like, would I mind if people were just had my channel running So other people were watching exactly what I'm doing here, but not here, right? I don't know. So it's an interesting ethical question, right? It's like the ultimate React channel. You know what I'm saying? Dude, topic stinks. What's that? What's the topic? Oh, about this shit? Dude. So, I mean, yeah, I think what it is with those is like when someone's reacting to you, they're making content with your content, but they're making their own content. If they are simply streaming your content with no reaction, but they're monetizing it, and then like, I don't know, I feel like that gets a little weird. You know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I feel like that gets a little weird. I used to see people doing that on TikTok, right? No, it became a very popular thing to do on TikTok. Like in particular with 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀, where they used to fucking, right? They would go on there and they would play like videos of him and they would just stream them straight on TikTok, so it looked like he was streaming. You know what I mean? It looked like he was streaming live, and there'd be a chat going in there and people would be donating to him and shit. Dude, it's crazy. And they'd have a 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀 profile picture. But I mean, I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Tell him no and then block him. Dude, I'm not gonna block him for asking that question. I mean, dude, you can't really control what other people do. But I'm just telling you how streamers look at it. Like, I think in general, I think a safe bet that streamers look like the way we look is we think about it this way, where we think about, A, we're not going to control what you do or don't do, right? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, ultimately, it doesn't matter. You know, you guys can do what you want to do, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, no one would block you, right? You know what I'm saying? That was somebody saying that in chat. Dude, no one's gonna block you. I'm just saying that, like in general, like it's interesting because right now, fucking, it's good exposure. I mean, it can be. It's good exposure if somebody has an audience. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody has like 1,000, right? Dude, Pendulous, don't worry. They're just fucking around. Don't let them get to you. Dude, again though, right? I don't really care what you do, boss. You're welcome to do whatever you want to do. I don't really have an issue with it. You know what I'm saying? You know what's really interesting though is fucking they like Ethan Klein is like suing a bunch of women streamers. Have you guys seen that? Dude, have you seen that shit? Of like how Ethan Klein is suing fucking like Denims and Frogan and 𝗙𝗎𝗋𝗆, right? Dude, yeah. And I mean, guys, I don't really care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I was sort of like considering it as more of like an ethical question, you know what I'm saying? Cause I guess it's always a situation with the fucking thing, you know, but I like the way Hassan does it where he has like reacts channels or fan channels that make Hassan videos. I think that is cool, right? He hasn't got a leg to stand on. Dude, so I'm not really super in the know about what happens, right? I'm not super in the know about what's going on with Ethan Klein. But I think what it came down to is he made a video about Hassan, right? Some reaction to Hassan, and then Frogan and 𝗙𝗙𝗋 and Denims and somebody else reacted to the video, and now he's like suing them for like copyright infringement or something. Dude, they all have like GoFundMe's. Yeah, I'm not really up on the story either. I mean, I'm like Twitter friends with fucking Denims, so I see her talking about it. But dude, I think that's so cold, right? I think it's so fucking cold. You know what I mean? But so, I mean, all I can tell you guys is what my experience was with like Fortnite is with Fortnite. I had some experience, and I don't know if it was right or wrong, but there were like some people who, a lot of people made content of my content, and I thought that was totally cool, and it was totally helpful to have other people taking your clips and making content with them, which was amazing. And then though, when you get really big, right, then sometimes though, like other people's content was like getting more views than mine was occasionally, especially TikTok. That was the fucking, TikTok is like, a lot of times the content borrowers or whatever will get more views than the content themselves, which is frustrating, but it's just part of the platform. But it does, like you said, it gives you exposure and shit. But I think a lot of that is just sort of, it's just part of the content thing, you know? And so my thing is, the way I had it on, the way I dealt with YouTube on Fortnite was when people were using my content and making their own content with it, right? Where they were like editing something, or they were like commenting on it, or if they were doing anything to make my content theirs, I let them just run with it, and I never had a problem. But when they took my content verbatim and just put it straight on YouTube with nothing added, where they were simply like taking my shit and not editing, not putting any time, just downloading my streams and putting it on YouTube, I would copy strike them. Okay, because then I was like, well, they're not even creating anything now, right? They're not making anything. They're not commenting on it. They're not reacting to it. They weren't making their content. They were simply stealing my content, right? And one kid in particular then started sending me messages saying, I'm gonna monetize all your shit. And so I eventually copy struck him, and I had his whole channel destroyed, right? Yeah, he was just downloading and re-uploading, and it didn't even look good. It was like pixelated and shit. But for some reason, he was getting some views. Not like massive views, but he was getting some views for sure on YouTube. And dude, I was like so annoyed by that. And then he came and bragged in my chat. And so I did nuke his channel. And then some other kids got mad that I nuked his channel. But I was like, dude, at least edit it, you know? You know, and it wasn't even about like stealing my base, because I had a huge base of viewership. For me, it was more about the like the fucking, I don't know. I was just sort of like disappointed that the person wasn't creating anything, you know what I mean? Like, cause like, I don't know. I think we should all be creative. Other creators get struck. Dude, I get struck all the time, right? You know who's the worst? Let me just tell you who's the worst. The worst is fucking Jubilee, right? Jubilee, dude, they're the worst. You can take a Jubilee video from Twitter, okay, and like put it in a YouTube video, and Jubilee copy strikes you. Dude, they do. They copy strike you, boss. Everything. And they won't release it if you try to claim fair use, which is crazy. They're so bad. You know who surprisingly was cool? Was Jordan Klepper, right? And Daily Show. I had a video where I reacted to a Jordan Klepper thing, and they copy struck me, and I said, hey guys, I think this is fair use. And they fucking said, you know what? You're right. You're cool. Dude, and I was like, wow, that's cool. Like the Daily Show. So some people, guys, and I get this. You ready? I think some people will copy strike you automatically because they want to see the content, right? They want to make sure you're using the content in a legitimate sort of way and not just being a douche about it. And I think that's okay. Like if somebody copy strikes my shit and looks at my video and then I fucking, you know what I'm saying? And then they make sure that you're doing good shit with it. I totally get that. But this is unnecessary conversation. I don't think it is. I think it's necessary. I think it's good to think about this, right? I think it's good to think about this because of, like, you know, what's really interesting, guys, is we're moving to like an all content world, right? I mean, and believe me, guys, I have my own ethical sort of situations that I face like this stuff too. Right? Dude, I'm serious. Where you have ethical, like how we use each other's content it brings up all sorts of ethical situations now. Because it's like, I don't know, there's really weird rules. Like TikTok in particular, they created this weird rule about like creating new content where I would make clips from my stream and I would put them on TikTok and TikTok would like copy strike me using my own content. Isn't that weird? Dude. Isn't that fucking weird? Dude, it's weird. Copyright and DMCA, yeah. Yeah, DMCA. See, DMCA though is like, I don't know, man. I sit on both sides of that fence because on the one hand, I don't like the DMCA process because it's like, you know, mostly record labels that are doing that shit. On the other hand, when I was a musician, you know, it's like, it's nice to know that people are making sure you get paid and make sure that you're not like using shit. You know what I'm saying? Using their shit, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's like I have issues with it and I respect it. You know what I'm saying? I do. Now Twitch though is interesting because one of the things that is unique to Twitch is they have no copy. Like they don't respect copyright at all on Twitch. Not at all. Right? Not at all. And in fact, they created their music system to a 2-channel thing so you can live stream music and the VOD records without music. Like they created their storage system to make it so people can break DMCA and get away with it. It's pretty interesting. Now that was nice as a streamer because you can just watch whatever the fuck you want for the most part. I mean, you couldn't watch like regular television, but it's almost like a nuanced opinion is called for. It is. I mean, it's hard. These kinds of things are hard. But again, guys, my thing with this is I can't really control anybody what they do, and you know, there was a I don't like it when people just verbatim steal, right? I don't. It happened to me on TikTok when I started Political Punk, right? Somebody was taking my YouTube videos and just verbatim putting my YouTube videos on TikTok. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? They like split screened it, right? Or you know, or full screened my screen and we're just putting them straight on TikTok. And with the that's what they were doing. They were doing the thumbnail on the bottom and the full video on the top. So it was like they weren't really adding anything to it. And they were doing that. And then they switched to a black creator, a black guy, political commentator, like after a couple weeks and started doing his. And so I reported them. I nuked them because I was like, dude, I bet that black guy doesn't like appreciate that either. You know what I mean? You know? Dude, ad popping up over chat. All right. Yeah. But it's tough though. Do I know I have music in the background? I do. Yeah, I do have music in the background right now. But like this shit ain't gonna be for video, and it's my music. Let's go. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to talk a little politics? But Pendulous, dude, I love you, boss. I don't want you to think that I don't love you, because I absolutely love you. And you can do whatever you want, boss. I'm not gonna hate on you for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I was mostly having this discussion because, you know, I'm like, I'm having that fucking, always in the middle of an ethical consideration. You know what I mean? I don't know. As content creators, I feel like we're constantly confronted with it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, dude, let's go. Dude, cookies. Dude, they made cookies. Oh, yeah. Ever get DMCA'd for my own music? Yeah, so trash. If I use, that's my son. If I use the music from the Apple Music and Spotify from the Wanteds, if I used that music here, I would get copy struck because I have a company that collects that revenue. And so if I played Let Go Afterglow on this stream, I would get demonetized. Right? Can I just tell you though, guys? What I used to do? You ready? All right. I have to admit, guys. So check this out. When I started playing Fortnite, you have to get like 4,000 watch hours in order for your channel to be monetized. So you know what I did, guys, in the beginning when I made YouTube videos? Dude, it's so fucked up, but it's actually cool. But so the first year of me making Fortnite videos, I put my own music from fucking Failure Looks So Good in every video, right? So that way my videos got copy struck and I collected the revenue off those videos through the company that collected my song revenues. So my YouTube channel was monetized from day one because I just put my own copywritten music in the... Dude, Dange, let's go. Isn't that funny? So I would put my songs in my videos and then I was able to monetize them and my fucking publishing company would collect that money. Yeah. Well, you know what's funny, Johnny? Is it wasn't stealing because my channel wasn't monetized. So I wouldn't have gotten any money, right? Like it took me a year. It took me like 15 months to get monetized. So for that first 15 months when I wasn't monetized and my videos collected no income, I monetized my channel by putting my own copyright music in there. So therefore, because YouTube monetizes you regardless, right? You start a YouTube channel, you make videos for a year, and YouTube's making money off those videos because they're running ads. But if you're not monetized, you don't get paid until you accrue 4,000 watch time hours. Like you have to be big enough to get paid. So I just put my own music in there so then every video would get copy struck, but then I would get paid through the publishing company. Isn't that funny? It's funny. I love it. Yeah. So it was not stealing from myself because I wouldn't have seen any of that money. It was a way of getting paid when I wasn't supposed to be getting paid. So let me tell you the way. Dude, those cookies are so good. No, YouTube didn't get fined, right? It's like, so YouTube runs advertising on videos, and then the copyright holders get, right? So if you take one of my songs from those copywritten albums, right, there is everything that's in Content ID, right? Like all my songs on Apple Music and all my songs on Spotify or whatever, they're all in the YouTube Content ID system because they're on YouTube as well. So what happens is if you put a Content ID song in your video, you put it on YouTube, the YouTube runs ads on that video, and then the copyright holders of the songs get that money, right? Cause YouTube, like, people pay for ads, and then the either the channel owner or the copyright holder of the copyright material get to keep like 55%. I think it's 55% or something like that. YouTube takes less, right? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, YouTube's actually pretty fair. I'm serious, dude. YouTube is actually pretty fair, guys. No doubt. Yeah, they get a YouTube gets 45% of the advertising, and then the either the channel creator or the copyright holder, if it's copyright material, gets the rest. Dude, let's go. White guy. Yeah, so Natalie, I was looking at that. I was thinking about us looking at that because can I just show you? Can I just debunk what we were looking at yesterday real quick? Because I looked at some shit yesterday after the fact, right? And we were looking based on this photo, okay? Now, right? This is the guy. There's a guy in white here, okay? And so you ready though? Let me check this out. Because one of the things that I was able to find, guys, was this photo. All right? I feel like this photo right here debunks everything that in my video yesterday, and I'll explain why. Okay? So you ready? So when we look at
transgender Americans have.
If we look at this video, okay? So first off, here's what's crazy about this is this is the guy, right? And this is, do you guys know the difference between a long lens and a short lens? Pitchfork, let's go. Takes a third of your super chats. They do. But I don't really mind that. I mean, you know, they actually have a pretty equitable fucking pay scale. But so here's what's crazy, guys. Do you guys know the difference between a telephoto lens, right? So when you do camera work, right? If you have a short lens on there, it makes everything wide, all right? Which means you pick up everything like a panorama. So you can be standing very close to a wall, and a wide lens picks up everything like from side to side, but it makes everything look far apart. And a long lens, right, a telephoto lens makes everything look flattened. So if you look at something that's 3 feet in front of you and something that's 50 feet away, in the lens, they look like they're right next to each other. And that's what we got going on here, okay, is this is like from a telephoto lens, okay? So it looks here, if you look at this video, it looks like these guys are like right next to Charlie. Right? Like you got Charlie, like this guy looks like he's 3 feet away. I saw a video that was claiming that some guy had a gun under this arm and was shooting. And this guy over here, they think he has a gun. But if you watch the video, like not on frame by frame, that guy's like doing something with his hands. He's doing something where he's going up and down with his hands. He's not really holding the gun. Right before it all, he has his phone out. Right? He's looking at his phone, and then he puts his phone in his pocket and he picks up his hands or whatever. But so what I found yesterday was I found this picture, right? Where when you look at it and you realize, holy shit, this guy in the white is easily 12 feet away from Charlie, right? You know what I mean? And even this guy is like several feet away from Charlie, probably 5 feet away from Charlie. And that guy that is in the green over here, this dude is like all the way over here. Like we can't even see him. He's like all the way over here, maybe 20 feet from Charlie. Okay. And so what's interesting about it is this. That means this dude right here with the hands is probably 25 feet, 30 feet from Charlie, maybe more, because we don't know how many feet behind this gate he is. And so there's no way some random dude without aiming, right? Without aiming, with no scope, no nothing, just pulls out a little thing and fires into Charlie's neck a dead shot from dude, it's highly unrealistic. And it's highly unrealistic that this guy would pull a gun and everybody around him wouldn't have fucking seen a gun. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't have seen a gun. Like firing a gun without aiming from 40 feet away is you're not going to be very accurate if you hold a gun right here and try and hit somebody in the neck. And what's more though is I think people would have seen him, right? I think people would have absolutely seen him. It was when I found this video, when I found this picture where I realized, oh shit, that shit was on a telephoto lens, right? And there is, right? There is a fucking, yeah. Now, one thing though, I will say this, you ready? Is they had a medical examiner. They did do an autopsy, guys. Okay. There is a medical examiner's fucking report coming out. So it'll be interesting. Now that's not the end all be all. That doesn't mean that I'm written in stone, right? But there was, let's go ahead and take a look at this stuff. Okay. This is the thing that came out today. All right. This is, the court case. Okay. That fucking came out today. Yeah, so I thought there wasn't an autopsy either, but it is mentioned in here, right? Where it says right here, it says right down here, it says Mr. Kirk was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was declared deceased. The medical examiner's report is pending. Okay, so they were, I will have to see what that means. Okay, nobody mentioned an autopsy. Nobody said anything about it. So I don't know. We'll have to see what this thing looks like, right? Or what it says. I mean, it's very unusual that nobody mentioned it. And this is the only mention I've seen. I've not seen any officials mention it. Now, again, I'm not closing the door on the fact that there's more to this than we know. Because again, everything about this is just weird, guys. Okay? I think it's safe to say everything about this is just still very weird. Okay? Very weird. But I think we should look at this, guys. So what I want to look at is I want to look at this. Have you guys seen this? Okay? This, guys, is a New York Times article, all right, that has the whole shooting mapped out, okay? That TMZ video. You know the TMZ video, right? The TMZ video where the guy walks in front of the house, the guy, that is right here, okay? If we look at the TMZ video, hold on one sec. Let me grab it. It's going to take a hot minute for me to sort this out. Okay. Because this Times article puts everything in perspective. Okay? So this video here of the guy walking in front of the house, in front of the driveway, that video right there, that is right here. Okay, this is the driveway. This driveway that we're looking at, and he's heading from here to there. That is this driveway, and he's heading from here to there. So this shows us from the TMZ video, he's walking in front of this house. This house is right next to the school. Okay? I didn't know that. That is right next to the school where he limps in front of that camera. Then I guess they show him crossing across this parking lot right here. And then right here, there's like a pedestrian tunnel that goes under the road. Okay, and he crosses under this pedestrian tunnel into the parking garage. And this parking garage is where you see those images of him going up the stairs. Okay, so this video here where he walks by, this is right next to the school. Okay, now the clothes change though, that's inaccurate. Okay, I went back and I watched the 𝗙𝗪𝗏 video. So the clothes change was a different time because what happened was this, was at 8:30 in the morning, okay, he did not change clothes when he came here. He was dressed in black t-shirt with the American flag and the black backpack, the hat and the sunglasses for the entirety of this event. However, he did come to the school at 8:30 in the morning. Okay, this was noon when he showed up here. At 8:30 in the morning, he came to the school in a maroon shirt and shorts, and then he parked in the parking lot and he walked around the school at 8:30 in the morning. Okay, and he presumably that was when he figured out where the tent was going to be. And when he cased it that morning, because at 8:30 in the morning, they were setting up. Okay, if we look at Charlie Kirk here in the morning, they were setting this all up. So, right, they were setting it all up in the morning, and he went there in plain clothes, t-shirt and shorts, pulled up in a Dodge Challenger, and he was walking around the school. Now, what's crazy about this, guys, is I didn't realize how easy it is to get on this roof. Okay, that's what's wild. Because you remember how we were talking about, like, how did he get up on this roof? What, he throw a gun up there? Did he climb up there? The key to this shooting, guys, was the roof access. I'm going to show you right now how he got up there. Okay, because there's a walkway. Okay. So if you look at 𝗏𝗏 Center, all right, if we look at the building, so look at this. I'm gonna find a good fucking, like, a really, like, high-res photo. Okay, so here it is. All right, I'm gonna open this photo here in a new tab, but here's how he did it, guys. Okay, here's what it is. You see this right here? This is a walkway. Okay, so here's 𝗏𝗏 Center. Here's where Charlie Kirk was, and here's where he ultimately shot. But this right here is a 2-story walkway. So there's a walkway on the lower level that's covered if it's raining, and there's a walkway up here on the upper level that's open. And so there's a stairwell right here that goes up to this walkway, and the walkway is like 1.5 feet higher than the roof. So all he had to do was jump down off this walkway onto that roof. And in fact, I'm going to show you right now, I found a video, okay? I found a video that fucking has this thing today. It's so easy, the access to the roof. It's insane. Let me find the video. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I had no idea how easy it is. Here it is. We're going to watch this video and you'll see. We have to deal with the fucking commercial real quick. All right, you ready? There we go. This is a great video. All right, you ready? I'm getting it all set up here. Getting it all framed up so it looks nice. Full frame, and off we're gonna go. May not be able, I may have to make it a little smaller than that. Oh no, we'll get it. All right, there we go. Oh shit. Sorry guys. All right, you ready? Here we go.
The kickoff for Charlie Kirk's 14-city tour was here in Orem, Utah, about 40 miles away from Salt Lake City at Utah Valley
There's the
University.
walkway.
Thousands of people, mainly students, were gathering in a large open courtyard. Minutes before the shooting, video from Kirk's own X account shows an open space and a barrier between the tent and the students, with multiple security guards standing at the fence line. Police say there were 6 campus police officers there as well.
A lot of people, Utah, tell you what.
Kirk was a rock star among young conservatives, largely because of events like this, meeting college students up close on campuses across the country. Police say roughly 3,000 people showed up for this one, all watching and listening as it happened. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
See, right there, just too many. It's like 5 transgender people, but too many, right? What a fucking dick, bro. He was such a fucking douche.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Kirk is rushed into an SUV and taken to the hospital. Panicked crowds ran as police jumped in.
And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
In the scramble after Kirk was shot, video taken from inside a building captures what appears to be someone running across a rooftop. That rooftop is this building.
See, watch. Here's where we're going. So that
The 𝗫𝗙𝗍 Center.
that rooftop was here. Here's Charlie Kirk. Here's where the shooter was right there. Now this is a stairwell. It's a 2-level stairwell that goes up to this walkway. So he walked up the stairs to this walkway, walked over here, and just climbed down like 2 feet onto the roof, right? And then he walked over to walked inside here and then walked over and shot there. It's really easy. In a second, you're going to see police officers standing like right here with this walkway behind them.
Less than 200 yards away from the spot where Kirk was hit. If that runner was the shooter, he would have been positioned about here. From this shot, you can see the rooftop.
And then where he jumped, he ran back this way and he jumped off the corner here and ran out into the wooded area.
Of the 𝗫𝗍 building is pretty easy to access. It's connected to another building by an elevated walkway, which, as you can see,
there's the stairwell that goes up to this elevated walkway. You climb over a railing and you're on the roof.
Only separated from the roof by a railing. Aerial footage after the shooting shows police tape on the roof of the 𝗫𝗍 building. And at about 12:36 p.m., an officer described.
There's the walkway. He came up this walkway to here, and he just climbed over this railing, and he was on the roof. Yeah, it's like just an unusual design where they have this beautiful rooftop walkway for the fucking lovely, for the lovely fucking, it's like a beautiful rooftop walkway is what fucking did him in, Isn't that crazy? It's fucked up. All right, now we'll watch the rest.
Running across a rooftop. That rooftop is this building called the 𝗙ecie Center, less than 200 yards away from the spot where Kirk was hit. If that runner was the shooter, he would have been positioned about here. From this shot, you can see the rooftop of the 𝗙ecie building is pretty easy to access. It's connected to another building by an elevated walkway, which, as you can see, is only separated from the roof by a railing. Aerial footage after the shooting shows police tape on the roof of the 𝗙cie building. And at about 12:36 p.m., an officer describes a possible suspect.
He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle. Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest.
6 hours later, Utah Valley University issued an all clear, saying the threat is over.
So they saw him, like a cop there saw him running across the roof. They did see him. Now, oh, Bryce, what's up? Oh, shit. Somebody was saying that your kid was trying to get in touch with you, but I didn't see that. I didn't see you were in chat. What's up, dude? What you need, boss? Missed your super chat? Did you leave a super chat? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, shit, dude. I didn't even see that, bro. Dude, you sent me a $2 super chat. Dude, I'm so preoccupied. Yes. Send you. I will put it in Discord. You got to delete the message, though. All right. All right. All right. Here. Thank you. Dude, bad dad. I mean, he could just walk in here, but like, it's all good. I'm fucking not attentive. I'm like, dude, he's an amazing human being, dude. He's moving to New York in less than a week, man. 20-year-old gonna fucking take over New York. All right, there we go. There it is. Let's go. And it's my there you go, Bryce. You're all set. Dude, let's go, Jim. Let's go, baby. Appreciate it. Dude, he sent a super chat. I didn't even see the super chat. Fuck, bro. Dude, I can't believe I missed a super chat. I actually feel bad about that, guys. Dude, somebody was telling me your kid's trying to get a hold of you, and I'm like looking over. I looked over at the door. I'm like, dude, people are pulling my leg, bro. Right? Oh, shit. So do I think there were more people behind it? So here's what's crazy, guys. Okay? Here, thank you, Bryce. Here's what's crazy. Dude, let's go. Pendulous, welcome back, boss. We love you, dude. So here's my thought on this. So I don't know. I honestly, guys, I don't know what to think about this. Okay? I do know this. Okay? I do know this, that these things like never quite make sense. You know what I mean? Like when you think about it, guys, okay? When you think about it, it's because they're so unlikely. Okay? Like, think about this, dude. I mean, thinking that a 22-year-old kid could limp with a 30-06 in his clothing all the way to this college, get up on the roof, have the wherewithal and the steel nerves to pull the trigger, right? and kill this guy and then get away without the cops seeing him. It seems so unlikely, but sometimes the things that are so unlikely, that's just the way reality is, where it's like, there's no fucking way. Like, everything had to go perfect for that to happen. And it did. And Charlie was out throwing his, hats 1 minute, being a rock star, and the next minute he's dead. And just like that, like, our reality is punctured, is shattered. Dude, Sand, thank you for the 10, boss. Why in America do people want it to be us or them? Like, everyone fits into one or the other. Most people are meh about politics and political leanings. I'll answer that in a question, because I do have a theory on that, guys. I believe it's in our DNA, but I'll get to that in a minute. But so the thing is like, part of this feels like there's no way it could be that simple, right? You know what I'm saying? There's no way it could be that simple, because it has to be complicated. It can't be that basic. And so I don't know, man. I mean, like I've said, I have looked at this thing from many, many different angles. And I've looked at these videos like probably unhealthily amounts of times. Dude, let's go, baby. Fran, let's go. I appreciate it, dude. 10 in a row, baby. They kicked the shit out of the fucking Royals today. But I don't know, man. I don't really know what to think. I think that, like, I think it's a natural tendency for us to, you ready for this? Let me just tell you my theory on why we go to a conspiracy, because part of me thinks, man, this had to be something bigger. This was some part of a ginormous plan. But you know why I think that, guys? I'll be honest. I think the reason why I think that is because I have to think that way, because that way it can't possibly happen to me, right? And I think we process that shit sometimes, where we make this into some giant international Israel-funded, Russian-funded conspiracy, Donald Trump doing a false flag, because that means we're safe. And like, this was this crazy other thing. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of shit about this case that bothers me, right? There's a lot of shit about this case that bothers me. But then let's go and look at their text exchanges, okay? First, let's go through this, okay? Let's go through this. But I do want to look at the text exchanges, though. Hold on. Let's go look at the text exchange, because so the text exchange I found to be really interesting, okay? And let me tell you about the text exchange, because I have issues with the text exchange and I don't have issues with the text exchange. Like, again, this too is something I'm super confused about. Let me get on the fucking page, dude. I keep going over. All right. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Oh, so it's all right there. No. There it is. Okay. So let me talk to you about this text exchange, because on the one hand, I look at this and I feel like young people don't talk like this. You know what I'm saying? I look at this and I think, man, young people don't talk like this. And this feels like bad movie dialogue where they're doing exposition. Okay? It does. It feels like bad movie dialogue where they're doing exposition. Now, also, though, I don't know how young Mormon people talk, okay? I don't know how young Mormon people talk. And obviously they're saying they're text messages, so that means they're on a phone, okay? If they're text messages, they gotta be on both of their phones. So they're gonna have to show those phones in court, okay? They couldn't have just made it up in the FBI. These things have timestamps, And so obviously if this text message thing occurred, it's in phones, timestamped, and they have, right? Or Discord chat, those are timestamped as well. Okay. But let me just tell you something here that did really ring true for me. Okay. Was this. You ready? So, I mean, they're not printed here, but Discord messages have timestamps, date and timestamps. All digital communication has date and timestamps. But the thing that did sort of hit me and give me the chills about this was the way that, if you look at this, you ready, guys? If you look at this, well, so hold on. First off, to the people in chat are saying those aren't from Discord, right? Like this is a typed piece of paper. Okay, this is a fucking charging document. So right, there's no timestamps in the charging document, but the shit that will be presented in court will have timestamps. All of this shit. This is just a document announcing a baseline of evidence outlining the case. I think it's unusual for this to be put out to the public. Okay? I think it's unusual for this to be released to the public in the way it is. However, let me just tell you what hit me. First off, I am still okay, my love. That hit me, right? That like an awkward Mormon kid talking to someone they love, a stilted awkwardness. From the beginning, I was like, yeah, I can kind of picture that. Okay. But what really hit me about this, you know what really hit me about this, guys, and made me think it was real was one thing, guys, because I looked at this and I look at the language and I'm like, there's no way this is real. This is phony. This is bullshit. But then I noticed something that is very indicative of the type of mind that would shoot fucking Charlie Kirk. And you know what it was, guys? It's this. It's like the roommate says, you weren't the one who did it. And he says, yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. So the roommate is grappling with like, there's no way you did this. Please let it not be you. But Robinson is obsessed with getting his gun. He's not thinking about the fact that he hurt his lover. He's not thinking about the fact that he did this dastardly deed. He's like obsessing. I put the gun down. I got to get the gun. There was a car waiting there. Man, I should have gone back right away when I got my car. Like the whole conversation, the lover is like, please tell me this wasn't you. What the fuck is going on? And he is on a hamster wheel of like, I shouldn't have left the gun there. I shouldn't have left the gun there. There's a car still there. I need to go get the gun. I mean, let's read it. And that's when it kind of hit me where I was like, God damn, I actually think this is real. Because that is really common with somebody who commits a crime like this, where they're stuck in a loop afterwards and they've blocked everything out except this one thing. Like Ted Bundy, he used to drive away and he used to throw all his shit out the window. And then he would be obsessed with the fact that he had to go buy a new pair of crutches. And he would like freak out about like, why did I throw the crutches away? Now I have to go buy a new pair of crutches. God damn it. I have to go buy a new pair of crutches. And they fixate, okay? After a killing like that, they fixate. But let's just read it and you'll see what I mean. Okay. The roommate, okay. He says, go read the note. Okay, he put a note under the keyboard and said, go read the note. They go and the roommate reads the note that says, I killed Charlie Kirk. The roommate says, what? You're joking, right? I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to the vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? The only thing I left was a rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh on Fox, I think I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa Gun does just fine. I think that was a 2K scope. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle, right? That's after his dad, was onto him. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad's been a pretty diehard Maga. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you any questions, ask for a lawyer. Stay silent. Now, again, right? So, again, what was weird, guys, is, like I said, when I first read this, I was like, nah. I was like, no. I was like, bullshit. The language doesn't seem right. The conversation seems stilted. This shit seems awkward. But when I read how the person kept fixating on the gun and the squad car, it started to feel a lot more real to me, because I don't feel like if FBI agents, I don't know if they would have left that detail. Like that detail felt like, that detail felt like really good screenwriting, right? Like bad exposition, but really good screenwriting to have the one person where, think about this, guys. He's messaging his lover to say, I'm going to prison, basically. I just did this horrible thing. And all he can fixate on is there still being a squad car there preventing him from getting to the rifle. And he's fixated on worrying about the rifle. And that is really fucking, that really hit me. That was like, oh, goddamn, that feels really real. But anyway, you ready? Let's read the story of it. Okay? And again, though, guys, there's going to be a trial, and we're going to, those text messages will be entered into evidence, right? Or Discord or wherever they came from, right? The FBI could never think of that. I mean, I suppose they could, but I don't think most people paid attention to that. Most people are just focused on the language, but you don't know how Mormons talk. I mean, do you know where this kid was from, guys? Do you know this kid wasn't from Orem? He was from a tiny little town down by St. George called Washington. Okay, Washington, Utah. A really small fucking town, 200 miles away. That is it's like polygamy country, right? So instead of thinking of this guy as a typical Gen Zer, think of this guy as like an Amish, okay? It's like Washington, Utah is like if this guy wasn't a popular like sort of, social media using, like he didn't do a lot of social media. His mom took a lot of pictures of him on Facebook, but I don't think he was active on social media, but he was like from a part of Utah that is like Amish LDS, you know what I'm saying? Like they're like Hicks, like fucking LDS, like mountain people and shit, and I've heard very like, and also the thing about it is it's possible too, what Lee said right there is I think that it was a conversation too where they were aware. I think he was aware that it was going to get read, right? Like, did you get that? The feeling that they were kind of being watched, where he was sort of like knowing this was going to get read by the whole world because he knew he left his gun and he kind of knew on some level he was going down and the whole world was eventually going to read this thing. So he was like, putting on his best proper fucking whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's, again, everything about this is weird, is just weird. But I do know I've spent a lot of time in Utah, okay? I've spent a lot of time in Utah and down by St. George, where this kid is from, in Washington, Utah. It is like polygamous, living on farms kind of world, okay? Let me see if I can find a picture. Let's find a picture of like the downtown. Right? So yeah, you ready? So this is what this town looks like. Right? Dude, it is like, I mean, it's a nice picture, a fucking open lens picture at night, but this town is pretty fucking, let's see what the population is. It is, you ready for this? All right, here we go. Look at that. That's his town. Look at that shit, bro. It is like rural, okay? It is fucking rural. It's all the way down here, okay? The population is 27,000. That's pretty big. But let's go. And Green, let's go, baby. Dude, the Mariners kicking ass, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. Appreciate you, boss. But you ready? So it says Washington is a city in south central Washington County, Utah, part of the St. George metro area. It's known as Utah's Dixie because the Mormon pioneers who settled the St. George area came to the area to raise cotton, which was milled at the cotton mill in Washington. Okay, it's the second largest city in Washington County. All right, and it's a big time LDS, but this is like a fundamentalist LDS, right, area. Okay, and dude, look at that though. Like in 1970, the population was 750, and now it's 27,000, which is like huge. But it's 259 inhabitants per square mile. Okay, that's not a lot, right? It's 94% white, and, it's pretty small. The median income is $35,000. So it's a lot of it is farming country. Okay. Pineview High School. And let me see. So Pineview High School has how many students? 1,100 students in Pineview High School. All right, so 3 grades. That's not too crazy, too small. My high school had 600 in the graduating class. I think there was like 2,500 people in my high school. So the high school wasn't too small, but 21 students to a teacher, right? But yeah, it's pretty fucking, like, if you look at it, like, let's go back to that fucking map here. So he drove, okay? He drove, like, if you look at Utah, he's down here. Orem is like up here. Like SLC is right there. And then Orem is like basically right here with Provo in the middle of the state. So he fucking drove, you know? He drove quite a distance, couple hundred miles. Pretty crazy, man. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, that's an adventure. Like, you know what I'm saying? That is fucking crazy, dude. It is. So here's what I took from this, guys. Okay? Here's what I took after looking for this. I mean, I wrote about this on Twitter. Without a doubt, there is some groiper to this kid. Okay? There absolutely is some groiper to this kid. This kid was like hung out in groiper circles for sure. His meme culture was definitely groiper connected. He definitely watched some of these groiper people, right? I don't think he was a pure groiper though. I think he was kind of a nihilist. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, and the thing about this though is like, again though, I don't think he identified with the groiper movement. Okay? I don't think he identified with the groiper movement. I think he just spent time in their online spaces. Okay? And I think he was attracted to some of their ideas and he was fucking repulsed by others. But I think he was that in general. I think when you look at the sum total of him, he was like disaffected. Okay? Like, I think that is part of what sort of motivated this shit. Okay? Part of what I think motivated this shit was the fact that he was like, didn't fit anywhere. Okay? He wasn't really a groiper. He wasn't a TPUSA. He wasn't really a leftist. You know what I mean? I mean, he may have had a different view about transgender people than his family, but if he had been a leftist, he would have probably argued with his family. Okay? He would have been like, you ready for this, guys? I don't know a single leftist who does not fucking fight for their beliefs. Like always, like leftist people, they speak up everywhere. There is no such thing as a leftist who doesn't like vocalize their leftism. Okay? Leftist people, they do like nothing but vocalize their leftism. Okay? Because they're possessed by healthcare and fucking social equity. You know what I'm saying? Like leftist people are sort of mission based. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I don't know, man. When I was looking at like a lot of this kid's shit, I felt like he spent time in groiper places, right? I felt like he spent time in groiper fucking, you know, chat rooms and shit, sort of, right? You know what I mean? And he had spent time in like darker, you know, gaming adjacent internet spaces. But I think for the most part, this guy just didn't have a fucking, like, I feel like he didn't have an identity. Okay? He was disillusioned. He was disaffected. He didn't have a place he fit in. And he liked memes, right? He liked memes. He liked trolling. He liked fucking, you know, like, I don't know, man. I feel like he was pretty awkward. You know what I'm saying? And you know, there's like, I don't know, dude. I mean, it's pretty common that when people do these kind of crimes, they're not really motivated by a sensible political thing. I'm pretty sure I already read the 𝗙់_𝗏𝗀 article, but we can look at it again. I think this is the one I read when I woke up. Yeah. No, I read this when I woke up. This was the first thing I read when I woke up, right? But I kind of found him to be like in a black hole of like, you know, sort of apathetic, disaffected, sort of like, you know, I don't know, felt like very nihilistic, but in a like quietly brooding, nihilistic sort of way, you know? And I mean, I don't know. So let's see. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this. But I mean, even that message, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU. I'm sorry for all of this. Right? Like, just like super, super disconnected. You know what I'm saying? Like even in the messages to his lover, right? That like where he's like, oh, I'm sorry, my love. I didn't feel any emotion in that whole thing. Like in, you know, when you read all the shit this person does, it's like there's not really any emotion. It's more like an awareness. Yeah, there's like a disassociation and a disconnection to him where I think he fucking was just like, didn't have that, like, you know, there's like an empathy and a sort of like humanist element of us that allows us to sort of like bond with other humans, you know? And some people don't have that. And so they're, you know, and you know what's really interesting about this, guys? Can I just tell you, like, my mom had this, okay? My mom had this, and hers, though, she wasn't like a sociopath, but what my mom was my mom was overridden with guilt, okay? She had this, like, she had 7 kids, and she wasn't a very good mom. She was around abusive men the whole time. And so my mom was riddled with guilt to where I would call my mom up and I would tell my mom about something emotional I went through. And my mom would be like, we just got a new freezer today and we filled it with meat. And it's really exciting. There's a whole bunch of steaks in the freezer. That's how my mom would respond to me, like opening my heart. And it wasn't because my mom didn't love me. She loved me. She adored me. But she was not able to connect with me emotionally because she was like racked with her own guilt. And she just couldn't touch those kinds of real emotions. And it's really weird when I've been reading this guy's messages, like to the friends here in this article. It's like the same thing where this guy has, like, he just doesn't connect on an emotional heart-to-heart sort of level. You know what I mean? But I obtained this and other Discord chats I've decided to publish, along with new information I learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. All right? And here's one of them. Charlie Kirk got shot dead. I just saw the video. Holy shit, rip. I guess bro didn't deserve to go out like that. That was somebody in the chat. And then he chimed in, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything, right? Dude, what kind of message is that? Right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, it's pretty disconnected. Right? It's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that was me. I fucking shot Charlie Kirk. Thanks for all the laughs. You know, I'm going to go turn myself in now. And that, right, like this message is like, Dude, like he's moving to fucking Pocatello, Idaho or something. Like, yeah, it was really great knowing you guys. Appreciate it. You know, peace. Good luck to you. You know, thanks for everything. It's like really wild. And you know, Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as a left wing and liberals portray him as right wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun, as I reported yesterday. The country is practically ready to go to war. It's been so terrible, and seeing it from the inside perspective is so frustrating, a friend of Robinson since middle school told me. The childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his to corroborate their relationship. So there he is, right? Again, dude, he's wearing the same shit as he was at the fucking Utah. The shades, the hat. I mean, a lot of this just feels like hiding, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of it just feels like he was just hidden and disconnected and you know, like fitting, right? Trying to fit and connect and like, but not being able to do it, right? I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating, right? And to be honest with you guys, I believe that. I believe that he was like probably the people around him, nobody really knew what he believed because maybe, I don't know, maybe his entire like connection with people was like just being what they wanted him to be or something, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody really knew this guy, you know? The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director 𝗙cie Patel said in an interview Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology. He definitely does not subscribe to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. You ready? See, look at this, guys. There's a lot his family didn't know about him. And I think that's probably true as well. Like, he didn't fit in with his family. I mean, if you look at his mom, she has all these pictures. But did you notice that in most of the pictures, when it showed him, he's just like sitting alone in a booth at a restaurant, or he's standing alone in his room? Like, his family photos are like kind of weird. You know, let me dig some of them out. Right? Like, you know, there's like a picture like this where he's getting ready to move and he's just sort of standing there like, hey, in the middle of his room, 10 feet away from the camera, and he's smiling. He's like, I'm happy, Mom. Don't worry about me. I'm happy. But like, you know, I don't know. I don't know that she knows. I don't know that anybody knew him, you know? Or here he is. He's like sitting with his dad. There's his dad and shit, and he's like at the restaurant. Sort of, this looks like the same fucking picture as that last picture. And he's, you know, he's got the glasses on and the hat. Like, I don't know, he's kind of probably trying to be like his dad, trying to fit into this family where he just doesn't feel connected, you know? And you know, I heard he was pretty smart too. It's possible he was, you know, on a spectrum or something, but yeah, I don't know. There's another picture of him too that is but right? I mean, there's another photo of him. Right? Same thing, the hat and the glasses. You know, it's like and a plain t-shirt. He's like a, you know, He's just kind of like wearing a uniform, right? There's all these photos of him, like his mom's always taking pictures of him in restaurants. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this is a really telling sort of thing. There's not like photos of them with him doing his favorite activity. He's always sitting in a restaurant being photographed by his mom for her like Facebook page or whatever. I don't know, man. I feel like that sort of tells you a little bit about him, that he was this type of person that his mom was always trying to like record his inclusion in the family, and he's, you know, oh, we're happy. You know what I'm saying? You know? And like a lot of those pictures are that. Like if you look, I mean, have you noticed? Have you noticed? Can't see him being, he would have told her to fuck off. No, not necessarily. Not if he's a kid who's like worried about offending his parents. But like every photo of this kid, okay? Every photo of this kid, guys, is him sitting in a fucking restaurant being photographed by his mom. Dude, I'm getting the goosebumps right now because I'm thinking about the type of like lonely, disconnected relationship you have where like that is your role. That's how you're included in the family is every time you go out to eat, your mom snapping a photograph of you so she can put you on her Facebook page. And like, but you probably don't even feel like you fucking, right? You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, it's like I don't know, man. Like, for example, you know what I mean? Like, for example, when, like, I love my kid, okay? I fucking love my kid. And I have a very connected, like, my kid is like one of my best friends, all right? Now, when I go out with that kid, I'm like selfieing with him. We are like taking photos of us doing shit together, but we're doing shit that he loves. We're going to his baseball games or seeing the bands he wants to see. Like all of my photos with my kid are one of two things. Either I'm taking him to something that's a big influence of me, or I'm going to see some shit that's really important to him. And then I'm documenting like us being there together. Okay. And like, I don't know, man, this kid, he's often not even in photos with the other kids. You know what I'm saying? Do we need to boot somebody? Is somebody being a fucking douchebag or something? I see the chat kind of going fucking wild. What do we got? You know? But yeah, every photo of this kid is him sitting alone in a restaurant, you know? And is a troll bot? Yeah. Dude, we'll fucking unload that shit. We don't need that kind of energy, right? I'll be able to tell by looking at their fucking channel activity. Pretty old, whatever. Right? They're that person being weird, right? We need to unload them. We can do that. But yeah, I don't know. There is right there. We can just fucking nip that in the bud, dude. We don't need that kind of weird energy. But so guys, there is something about this kid's, the way he's photographed, that is like, I don't know, inherently lonely. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like every restaurant, every picture of this kid is like in a restaurant. You know? You know what I mean? It's like there's something about this that is so fucking lonely, bro. Like, dude, there's something about it that's just really lonely and disaffected, you know? And I feel that. I mean, I was a really disconnected kid too, okay? and he was disconnected from his family. Obviously, if he has some bisexual nature going on, he definitely was super disconnected, and there's no way he could be bisexual around his family, which is really hard. That could lead to that shame that I was talking about, like the kind that my mom had, that sort of puts a wall between you and others, and then you just kind of show up and try to be the thing. But now there's one thing that I do want to point out, though, guys, that I think we need to talk about. And I think we need to talk about this, guys. Okay? We need to talk about this. Okay? Because this kid was radicalized into gun culture by his parents. He had a law enforcement dad. He had a mom who was way into guns, and they have their kids out there like getting into the assault rifles. They were definitely taking them shooting and shit like that. I think that's irresponsible. I don't think kids should be taken to around assault rifles when they're fucking 8 years old. Okay? I think if they didn't train this kid to be a shooter, Charlie Kirk is still alive. I don't think he would have been able to fucking train himself as a shooter. I think it's irresponsible for parents to treat their kids like this. Okay? I don't think kids should be exposed to this shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? His dad worked for the sheriff's office for like 27 years, I thought. Right? Down in fucking, right? You know what I mean? That's what it said in one of the articles I read, that he had worked something with the fucking sheriff. Is that not true? See, there's a lot of fucking inaccurate information, right? But I don't know. That's just crazy. But I think this is really irresponsible. Okay? I don't think this is good parenting. And I think that this is fucking unhealthy for kids in general to be around like assault rifles. You know? That's my thing. And I think it fucking creates a fucking culture that's not good for people. Dad sheriff was debunked. Okay. Got it. See, again, there's a lot of different things. But I will say though, guys, do I witness a lot of good parenting? I mean, I actually do, Chan. I live in Portland, and so I feel like I did witness a lot of good parenting. I'm lucky. I live in a city where like conscientious parenting is really important. There's a lot of adult people in Portland, Oregon, not the whole city, certainly, but in the city of Portland, and especially Southeast Portland, where I lived when Bryce was going to school, everybody was had gone to therapy. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the parents had gone to therapy. They had done a lot of healing. Like parents, we grouped together and talked about parenting and shit together. And I mean, I saw a lot of bad parenting too, but I saw a lot more good parenting than I think you get in some parts of the country. I mean, one thing I did see in Portland here that was pretty crazy is not a lot of kids getting hit. Okay. And that's one thing that was really amazing. I mean, you go out into the rural areas, and the first thing you see a lot of kids getting hit with belts and shit. And that is fucked up. It fucks kids up. You know what I'm saying? Like hitting children. I mean, again, I always talk about those awards on that shelf back there because I directed public service announcements for a foundation that's trying to end hitting of kids, trying to make it illegal to hit kids because it's so fucking destructive. It's so destructive. Like, even if you swat them, any physical violence used against a kid's forming brain, especially after they've done something wrong and they're already grappling with the shame, like kids do something wrong and they feel shame and they feel a sense of remorse and confusion and like they let their parent down, and then you strike them and you get their sympathetic nervous system activated, dude, it is so traumatizing. It is like, dude, they did a 50-year study in the University of Texas on this. And like, it's just so toxic. I literally think that like hitting kids is one of the number one issues we have in America. Hitting kids, right? The number one issue I think we have is sexually abusing kids. And number two is hitting them. Now they're going to focus on the cell phones and they're going to focus on social media and that shit, but that shit is secondary. The two primary problems we have in fucking America, I'll give you the three. Number one is sexual abuse of children by family members and friends. Number two is hitting children. And number three is the type of neglect that comes from parents feeling overwhelmed, where they simply, the kid is just trying to connect. Hey, dad. Hey, mom. Will you pay attention to my Legos or whatever I'm doing? And the parent's like, yeah. Here's an iPad, or yeah, no, I'm paying attention. But the parent is checked out. Okay. Those are like the top three problems we have in parenting. Number one, sexual abuse. Number two is physically hitting them. And number three is parents just being checked out and this type of emotional neglect that comes from parents that don't actually respond to their kids by being aware and centered in the moment. And it's because the parents are just grappling to fucking keep their head above water emotionally themselves, you know? But hitting kids, though, is so toxic because it emotionally dysregulates them, their nervous system. Okay? Like when a child's brain is forming when they're 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, they are like sponges. They like, if you yell at a kid when they're 4, it hurts them like deeply. That shit impacts them. Everything that like gets into a kid's brain is like 100 times more potent when they're 4 years old, which is why you don't want to give them crazy, outrageous fucking, like video games and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And so hitting them, screaming at them, fucking yanking them around when they're that age, it fucks them up. And the thing about this, guys, is like, what's crazy about this is kids, like, this whole concept of like what child raising is really comes from this capitalist idea, right? Like they say you got to use discipline because you're supposed to be trained to show up on time, work hard, don't complain, do what you're told, right? But that's not parenting. That's training you to be a fucking robot so you can fit in and be a good capitalist cog, okay? But real parenting is like teaching your kid to have a voice, teaching them to question you when you're wrong and to defend their point of view and be able to explain when you're incorrect. And you are also taking in from them like, wow, like one of the stories I always tell about my son is this. You ready? I'm going to give you a parenting fucking thing about the way that I saw it, okay? Is like, because this idea of discipline, I think is kind of bullshit, okay? I think discipline is overrated because some kids are just ADD and they don't use discipline. I am very undisciplined. I am like a crazy maniacal ADD of fucking energy, but it works for me. If you tried to make me disciplined, it would make me very unruly, okay? Because discipline doesn't work on me, okay? Discipline doesn't work on everybody, and discipline itself is usually austere and it's not meted out like properly. What kids need is they need nurturing. They need to be acknowledged. They need to be seen, okay? They need physical affection, okay? And what's more, though, is they need some sense of empowerment because kids don't have any power. They have no power, Okay, they have teachers, parents, older siblings that tell them when to eat, what to eat, when to get up, when to go to bed, what to wear, how to wear it, how to behave, when to talk, when to shut up, when to be quiet. Like, do your homework. Is your homework done right? They have no power. So the parent's job is to create an environment for that kid where they have some power, okay? Where they have some mutual respect, and they have, like for example, one thing I did with my kid is, instead of saying, you got to take a jacket with you, right? You know, the age old, the kids going out, they don't want to take a jacket. You force them to take a jacket. No, when my kid was leaving, I would hold up 2 jackets and you say, which jacket do you want to take with you? And now I'm not forcing him to take a jacket. I'm giving him 2 options, and he gets to select what thing he wants to take with him. That's the difference between control parenting and empower parenting. And with empower parenting, you try to make sure that your kid is always having their own power. Okay, you're guiding them by offering them 2 different jackets, but that kid is now choosing which jacket he is bringing with him, right? And that's the difference, the nuance of parenting. Now, let me tell you a story about my kid, okay? This was when he was like 7, okay? So for me, guys, I grew up in a very abusive household, okay? My dad punched holes in walls. He punched holes in doors. He beat the shit out of us. Me, less so, because I was his kid, but he beat the fucking shit out of my half brothers and sisters. Okay. He was very authoritarian. He would grab my mom around the neck, slam her against the refrigerator. There was like violence like that. Okay. So for me, when I had a kid, I was not violent. Okay. I would sometimes lose my temper and I might yell, but I never swung at him, never hit him. But you know what I used to do, guys? I used to grit my teeth. Like, when I would get mad, I would be like, fuck. I would just grit my teeth. And so when my son was 7 years old, he approached me and said, Dad, I need you to stop gritting your teeth. And I was like, what are you talking about? I got so mad when he said that to me, because I was like, you don't understand, kid. I got hit. I got punched. I watched holes go through the wall. And gritting my teeth is not like, it pales in comparison. I've never hit you. Like, why are you like getting on my case about gritting my teeth? And you know what he said? He said, well, here's the deal, Dad. Every time you do grit your teeth, I feel like you're going to hit me, even though you never have. And so every single time you grit your teeth, I am scared to death that you are actually going to hit me. And I was like, wow, okay. Well, and so you know what I did? I stopped gritting my teeth. And I fucking went to therapy and I worked it out and I modified my behavior. Now, I let my kid change a behavior that I engaged in when he was 7 years old. I gave him enough power to speak up and advocate on his own behalf to help me get rid of a behavior. And it helped me too. It helped me get rid of something that I didn't need to grit my teeth, you know? And like, but that's the kind of relationship that I fostered with my son was that type of thing. Now, I'm not going to say that hasn't been frustrating, because there are many times he fucking questioned my authority, and many times that we've gone back and forth, like overcoming resentment and shit. We by no means have a perfect relationship. Our relationship is fraught with complications too, with, you know, 2 households and me being a controlling person sometimes. But the thing is I looked at my primary role with him was not to teach him who to be or how to be or what to be. My primary role was to teach him to be able to advocate for his own needs. Okay? You are your own advocate. You have a voice. And you using your voice to accomplish it. And there were other things, right? You ready? Let me give you another one. Now, he doesn't see this other one as very, like, he doesn't love this other one like I do. He found it to be annoying. But so when he was in like 8th grade, when he was in, you do admit, But dude, everybody's controlling, Chan. Like, absolutely. Like that's not just me, like all of us. We all grapple for being controlling, but like when I'm controlling, I look at it, I acknowledge it, and I try to do better, and I apologize for it. And I'm like, wow, yeah, no, I'm being really controlling in this moment. You know what I'm saying? And like, so the thing is none of us is perfect. Like, we're all like, we overreact, we get too emotional, we don't get emotional enough. Like, a big problem I have is he'll be telling me something and I get fixated on, you know what I'm saying? I get fixated on fucking, you know, on like, you know, my own feelings and shit. You know what I'm saying? But Chan, the thing is though, dude, is you got to chill out, bro, because nobody's perfect, boss. Okay? It's like everybody, even if you have perfect parents, you have control issues. All of us do, because we're all so powerless. And it's like, sure, there's shit from my dad, but I went to years of therapy to get the greater situation with my dad. But the thing about it is like, we're not perfect and he's not perfect. And like, and parents who try to be perfect raise kids that feel like they have to be perfect. When the reality is you just got to be aware. Okay. You got to be aware. But so the other story that I have to tell about him was when he was in 8th grade, he had a history teacher, and his history teacher was kind of a dick. Okay. And this history teacher made some comments about slavery. He was teaching them about slavery and in 8th grade. And the history teacher made some comments about how the slave owners were really smart because they would impregnate their slaves to like keep a constant flow of new workers. The history teacher said that to an 8th grade class. And I was like, what in the actual fuck? But you know what I did, guys? So here's what I did though. You ready? So I didn't go in there and just light up the history teacher. I wanted to go light up the history teacher, but you know what I did? I set an appointment and I went in and I said, Mr. I'm not going to give his name away, but I said, Mr. So-and-so, Bryce has something he wants to say to you. And Bryce told him, you know, the things you say, this was in 8th grade, the things you say about slavery and this comment, like, that's really like made me really uncomfortable. And I don't think you should be saying stuff like that to a class of kids, especially when there's kids of color in the class. And he told the teacher that. And then when the teacher tried to sort of wriggle away on it, I like said, no. You're not going to wriggle out of this. You need to pay attention to this because the things you say are having effect on these kids. And many of them are not going to have parents like me that are going to bring the kid here and tell him. Right? Now, Bryce didn't really love that because that put him on the spot and shit. So he doesn't have as positive a memory of that as I do. But I know that empowering him like that was good for him. Okay? Because he knows that he can advocate for himself. He's done it, you know, with adults that are not just me. And I think that is like not solving their problems and trying to create a situation where they receive the natural consequences of their actions and they learn how to advocate for themselves. And then you just back them up and let them know that you're supporting them. And if it gets crazy, you're going to back them up and take care of them. I think that's really fucking important, right? But a lot of people don't do that. They don't. A lot of people don't do that. But let me just tell you guys, when I look at this guy's photos, I feel for this guy. This, you know, I mean, I get it. He's a killer, and that sucks. It sucks when people turn into killers, right? If he had been in the military, he'd probably be revered if he was a sniper. If he had become, right? If he was some sniper over in Afghanistan, he'd be getting worshipped. Okay, but instead he's acted out here and now everybody hates him. But like, I feel for this guy, okay? Because I can just see from the way his photos are, every photo of him is in the restaurant. He's disaffected. He's disconnected. He's just empty, lonely. You know what I mean? Empty, lonely, no space. And that's why I don't think he identified as a groyper, even though I know he was exposed to groypers and he was involved with their memes, but he was like, you know what I mean? He didn't identify with leftists. He didn't identify with MAGA. He didn't identify. I don't think he identified with much. I think he probably kept most of his contacts on the surface level, right? Memes. I mean, if you look at the way he talks to these kids, it's super disconnected, super isolated. I bet a lot of his talk was not about shit that was deep. You know what I'm saying? Why did he do this? We don't know. I don't think he knows. I don't think people know. I mean, I think he was disaffected. You know, I mean, I'm sure if he was bisexual and in a MAGA family in Utah, there was no room for that. So he may have stoked a sense of rage, and Charlie Kirk's negativity towards the LGBTQ community may have felt like a personal threat. And maybe Charlie Kirk just became this symbolic, like, symbol of like all of their rage. Like, for example, can we talk about religion here for a minute? Because you know how religious people, they're like, their whole life is Jesus. Everything is Jesus. Praise the Lord, praise God, praise Jesus. Oh, Jesus. We see these evangelicals all the time. They are fixated on Jesus. Okay. They just like, Jesus is the thing they turn to. You see the baseball players, they hit a home run and they're like, Jesus, everything is Jesus. So people have a tendency to put everything they have into one identity, one deity they worship, one job they fucking are a part of, one part of themselves. I am an actor. I am a streamer. I am a fucking contractor. I am a soldier, right? We wrap our identities into like these singular things that we can then devote ourselves to, right? Devotion. And then I think some people, like maybe Tyler Robinson here, who don't quite fit in, they can't quite connect, they can't quite fucking, like they see everybody else forming these connections, but they can't do it. And so they feel disaffected and alone and disconnected and like different, and like there's something wrong with them. There's something about them that like nobody else seems to understand this. And then they start nursing a rage, and they nurse a resentment, and they nurse an animosity that isn't even necessarily having anything to do with it, but it's something that triggers them in a way that like that becomes a symbol of their rage, right? Like, you know, and I mean, religious people on crusades, right? You'll see them, like a transgender person is the symbol of Nancy Mace's rage, okay? Anytime she gets in a rage, it is like a transgender thing, okay? The transgender, like a trans woman, is a symbol of all of Nancy Mace's rage. She wasn't raped by a trans person. She doesn't know any trans people, but the trans woman has become the symbol of her rage. And I think that this guy was like disconnected, disaffected, kind of a nihilist. He didn't fit in with any group. And somewhere in there, he had sort of a smoldering, burn it all down philosophy, probably resented religion. And then he sees Charlie Kirk out there, like going to these colleges and being this rock star of like this negativity and this, you know, all this shit. And maybe somehow Charlie Kirk just became like the trans person to Nancy Mace, right? Charlie Kirk became this symbol to him that, you know, where all of the fucking emptiness he felt got embodied in that guy's smugness. And then he just decided one day he had fucking had enough and he was going to like, you know, take action. You know what I mean? And if he really loved a person who was LGBTQ, or he was LGBTQ, or he loved a person who thought they were trans, and maybe he was worried about them going to jail, being in trouble, all the anti-trans bills, like who knows? But I think though, we're never gonna know, because I don't think he knows. I don't think these people, like, the difference between a killer and a not killer, I don't think they know. Because I think a lot of people entertain doing really bad things. A lot of people even fantasize about doing really bad things. But if you look at people who do outrageous crimes like that, like premeditated killings, okay? Like if you go and look at premeditated people where they talk about their crimes, they don't really know, guys. They're not terribly self-aware, which is how they get into this situation in the first place. You know? And that's really like, I honestly don't think that he knew. I think just somewhere along there, he got on a mission to end, to snuff out the object of his disaffected rage. And I don't think he even did it because he was mad. I don't think he was like raging when he did it. I think he was pretty calm and fucking methodical about it. The same way that, that's what I think. I think that. But man, I see a loneliness here. Like, I honestly feel bad for this kid because I don't know what was going on with him and I don't know what was the source of disconnection. But can I just tell you, as somebody who, I date a girl who was from a family with very loving parents, okay? But her parents are like, there's an emotional disconnection where her parents are loving and supportive and they're always there. They're like the perfect fucking parents, but there's a barrier between them being able to connect emotionally and Jenny being raised with those parents. It was so traumatizing for her. Like she was filled with such rage because of her parents not being able to connect with her emotionally. And I look at this kid and I feel like this kid's parents probably don't connect with those kids very well emotionally, right? That they're just more like a fucking, a MAGA family where we do family shit. You got to take a picture in the restaurant. And like this kid just wasn't getting fed. Nobody was seeing him. Nobody had the space to see his disaffected rage, right? His pain. It's hard for parents to see their kids' pain. And this kid, I don't think he was allowed to have pain or be, have an emotional range. He had to be smiling at the restaurant for the family photo. So Tempers, like, why would you say that, boss? I said, I feel bad for this kid. And you said, you feel worse for a killer. And like, where are you going with that? We're not talking about Charlie Kirk. Okay. We're not talking about Charlie Kirk. And for the record, okay, I think it sucks that Charlie Kirk's life ended, right? I do. I think it sucks when people are gunned down and they fucking experience tragedy, right? But Charlie Kirk, though, he hurt a lot of fucking people, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad that that guy from United Healthcare got gunned down, but he hurt a lot of fucking people, bro. He did. Of Brian Thompson from United Healthcare. So do I feel bad that he got gunned down? Yeah. But do I look at all the people he hurt and been like, man, maybe that was just the universe equaling that shit out? Yeah. I don't know how many people this kid hurt, but I don't think this kid hurt as many people as Charlie Kirk. I'd venture to guess that Charlie Kirk is one of very few people that this kid had hurt, right? Charlie Kirk hurt fucking hundreds of thousands of people and uncaringly too, because Charlie Kirk was on a mission from God. He didn't care who he hurt. He thought he had full license to hurt them, So it's different. It's not that I feel worse for this kid than Charlie Kirk. I don't think this kid has the same baggage. Okay. This kid, killed one person that we know of, which is Charlie Kirk. And is it tragic and horrible? Yes. But like Charlie Kirk has probably killed 1,000 people worldwide. Easy. 1,000. And that's a conservative estimate with the animosity and the rage that he has stoked and how that is fanned out across the world, I have no doubt. I mean, dude, you look at he cheered the shuttering of USAID. There's like 100, 200, 300,000 people worldwide that are going to die just from shuttering USAID. So every single person that cheers USAID being shuttered is killing 100,000 people. And I mean, take some responsibility. These right wingers, all they do is they fucking focus on somebody who kills 1 or 5, but they participate in a worldview that does nothing but fucking kill people, right? Look at Gaza. My God, giving money to Israel, giving bombs to fucking Israel, Iran, Iraq. How many weapons have we sold in America that have murdered tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people? And then you look at somebody like this who guns down Charlie Kirk and you think this guy is worse than the rest of us? Like, my God, our tax dollars have killed like 100,000 Palestinians, 50,000 Palestinian kids. And so I don't judge this kid to be any worse than the fucking rest of us. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I think it's horrific, and I don't condone going out there and killing, but my God, we all have blood on our hands. And so acting like this guy is some special level of evil, when if he had joined the Marines and gone and killed some random person he didn't know because his commanding officer told him to, MAGA would be cheering this fucker on, while some father in Iraq would be going home in a body bag and his kids would be crying. But you guys don't think about that shit, right? You hear Charlie Kirk dying and you're like, oh, we're so sad about Charlie Kirk, but think about all the goddamn fucking kids in Palestine that have no parent because of us, because of Israel, because of Netanyahu, because of our bullshit. Think about all the people that fucking our soldiers go and fucking pull the trigger on somebody, a stranger, that because they're being told to. It's like, fuck that, man. We need a reassessment of our relationship with goddamn violence as a fucking culture, as a society, okay? The way we judge these people who commit horrific crimes when, you know what I mean? Okay, he put a sniper rifle on a roof and he shot Charlie Kirk and he's this horrific criminal. But if his commanding officer told him to do this in Iran, he would be a fucking hero. And I don't see the difference between those two. I think they're both killing and they're both leaving people with fucking, with horrific fucking wounds. I think the problem is we decide who deserves to be killed or not. And I think that's pretty fucking arrogant of us, to do that kind of shit. Right? But I've got a pretty good understanding of the fact that all of us, see, this is why I don't like this rhetoric about evil, right? When they say, oh, these people are evil, we're fighting evil. It's like, no, you're not. Any one of us could be this guy, dude. Any one of us could. You know what I'm saying? Any one of us could be this guy. All right? We could. It's like none of us, we all have it in us. Okay? Whether we get to the place where it comes out, I think is not. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But again, pure tempers, the thing about it is people are allowed. There are going to be some people that feel more empathy for the killer than they do for Charlie Kirk, and that's okay. Okay? That is okay. There are going to be some people who have transgender relatives who are probably cheering Charlie Kirk's death. And that is okay. Because to them, Charlie was fucking possibly encouraging a suicide of their relatives. And that's okay, man. It is totally natural for the people that are happy that Charlie is dead. That is a natural and okay. It's okay to feel that way. I mean, dude, it's just life, man. I mean, when Donald Trump passes, I'm going to be fucking happy. I'm not going to have any sadness when Donald Trump goes, okay? And I have no guilt about that. He's a terrible fucking human being. He has raped and abused and been a corrupt person, selfish, fucking, harmed so many people, just shuttering USAIDs, harming fucking poor and disadvantaged people worldwide. When that motherfucker is dead and takes his last breath, I'm going to probably go piss on his grave, and I will feel zero fucking regrets about it. I will rejoice, okay? And I'm not going to feel bad about it, God damn it. Okay? Don't tell me, right? You know what I'm saying? When Adolf Hitler died, there were a bunch of people who were like, fuck yeah, bro. Dude. Now, for me, I didn't run around rejoicing that Charlie Kirk died. I did not. In a way, I feel a sadness for Charlie Kirk too, You know why? Because he was so smug, okay? You see him out there, he was being a rock star, and he was so smug. He was so in love with his own power and with his own dominance and his own fame that he walked around just, firing off tweets about the left, slitting the throat of America, using all this violent language, and he's out there being a rock star, having no idea that a bullet was about to end him in a very violent way. And I feel bad because I wonder if he had known what was coming, would he have changed? Would he have found a little compassion? Would he have been willing to change his ways and not be so gaslighting and not be so, stereotypically abusive, hiding everything in sort of sneaky, gaslighting, plausible deniability? Would he have fucking come around and been, man, I'm a fucking douchebag. I should really put a little empathy and compassion into how I interact with this world and probably slow it down. Or would he have just been like, fuck it, man, I'll take the bullet. I'm going to be a fucking, a savage, gaslighting piece of shit right to the very end. I don't know. But when I see those pictures of him throwing the hats and him being so carefree and happy, I am Charlie Kirk, king of the world, knowing that he's going to die, it makes me sad. It makes me sad because I feel like he had a lot of capacity to do really good for the world, and he didn't. He was a sum total negative. And so I'm not happy he's dead, but I think that the world will be better off without him, right? The world's definitely going to be better off. Humanity is better off with him gone. And without a doubt, I have no doubt, it's tragic. It's tragic. But I think that the sum total of humanity is better off without him because he was not doing good for humanity. He wasn't. And I mean, there's going to be a crazy overreaction now. And there's going to be a negative ripple. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That will come, but there's always that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? There's always anytime, it's crazy because the thing that we don't understand, you ready for this? I don't know if you're going to fucking relate to this, but I want to cue you into why we should remember that Charlie Kirk was just one of 8 billion. And what do I mean by that, guys? Well, I mean that there's a whole bunch of people, especially these right-wingers, that have elevated Charlie Kirk to his death is going to have so much bigger of an impact than anybody else's death. But the reality is it's not. The reality is every school kid that has died has had a reverberating impact as big as Charlie Kirk's. You just don't hear about it because no one's talking about it, but we still feel it. Every death from violence like that has a wave that fucking goes, you know what I'm saying? That affects us all, but we only talk about it when it's some famous person. But the tragedy of those violent ends, that happens every school kid is they die and it hits their parents and it hits their cousins and it hits their neighbors. And then those people go out and interact with people and it hits everybody they interact with for 20, 30, 40 years. And it's like, and look at what's happening now. They're destroying his message. Okay, they're overreaching. They want to clamp down on free speech. Like, all of his followers are now contorting his message into something that he supposedly disagreed with. Although I don't know if his message really was free speech, because he spent an awful lot of time like hanging out with people that were like, Charlie was the bag man. Okay, because when you think about it, Charlie didn't pass the laws that silenced people's fucking, like, Charlie didn't take away trans rights. He just created a culture where everybody was okay with trans rights being taken away. And I think that's just as culpable, okay? Right? Like, if you are not actively taking away transgender rights, but you're making people okay with transgender rights being taken, you're just as culpable, But they have been reignited, his followers. See, I don't think they have. I think they're going to be reignited for a while. Right? It's going to be a couple months. They're probably going to like pile onto this for like 6 months, but then it's going to pass. And believe me, it's going to fracture. There's a power vacuum now, and there's a whole bunch of people that are like, we haven't hit the people vying for that power vacuum. And I mean, guys, I'll be honest. You ready? So the thing is they're not a more galvanized movement. Their overreaction, guys, is just telling of how damaging losing Charlie was. Okay? That's really what you're seeing. You're seeing them realizing that they lost, like, Charlie was a very important part of their recruiting young people. He was a rock star. And, like, there's nobody that can fill that void. His wife has zero fucking charisma. Nobody else has any fucking charisma. Stephen Miller has no charisma. J.D. Vance has no charisma. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Charlie had, he had something. He had something that just, like, drew those conservative people to him. And there's a huge gaping hole now, okay, that none of them are going to be able to fill, And so they're really sad and hurt, and they're going to be angry, but their overreaction and the way they're grasping is really telling. I mean, they're not very well emotionally regulated to begin with, but yeah, they're like, I mean, let me just tell you this, guys, okay? And I'm going to say this, okay? You ready, guys? Let me just tell you, let me boil it down to like being a YouTuber, okay? There's two kinds of YouTubers, guys. There's the kind of YouTuber that walks around telling you how big they're going to be. I'm going to be the biggest YouTuber, guys. Look at what I did today. Today I did this, this, and this. I'm going to be the biggest YouTuber. I'm going to be the biggest YouTuber. They spend every day reminding you how they're going to be the biggest YouTuber, and they're showing you their daily checklist. And then there are other people that just show up and make the videos. And the people that show up and make the videos and don't talk about it are the ones that are really blowing it out of the water, okay? The more you talk about how galvanized your movement is, the less galvanized your movement is. If your movement is galvanized, you're just galvanizing, right? You know what I mean? If you're talking about it when they say, oh, like 1 million new Charlie Kirks have been made. It's like, no, they haven't. You know what I'm saying? I know they need to tell themselves that because they have to believe that this gaping loss that they're experiencing is for the greater good, that they're going to be saved from the pain with like this greater thing. But it's like, nah, man, they're kind of fucked. They're the same with Trump going, right? When Trump disappears, they're fucked, bro. And now they lost Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. You ready? And you may have seen this. A lot of MAGA thought Charlie Kirk was going to slide into that Trump spot 15 years from now. That Charlie Kirk was going to be the big political voice 20 years from now. And now he ain't. He was the natural heir. I don't know if he would have been president, but he was definitely a natural heir of somebody that all the young people really liked and the young conservatives liked and respected and looked up to. He would have been the natural heir for that reality TV, like right-wing empire. And now, dude, he's gone, right? J.D. Vance cannot film that vacuum, dude. He cannot fill it. Like, I know J.D. Vance wants to, but J.D. Vance is just, dude, the guy has zero fucking charisma, dude. He's awkward. He always looks like he fucking, like he can't find his socks. Doesn't he? Every time I look at J.D. Vance, he looks like he's been looking for his socks for like 6 hours, right? Anytime he walks out to a podium, I'm like, God damn, he looks like it took him 6 hours to find his socks before he got to the podium. And now he's just pissed. His whole day was ruined because he couldn't find his socks. Dude, that's what he looks like. Dude, I'm telling you. Oh. Yeah, man. You're making this the main subject? Dude, so here's the deal, Nine. Like, first off, slow down, boss. Right? And right now, you ready, Nine? The deal is this guy is the main subject. It's not that I'm making him the main subject, Nine. You need to stop being like unrealistic. Right now, Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson, they are the main subject. Okay? Really famous person, huge political vacuum created, shift of power in the American MAGA Republican movement. Okay? Earth-shattering. Epstein's not going anywhere. We're not going to forget Epstein. Believe me, there's victims. There's lawyers, there's Thomas Massey. Epstein is not going anywhere. But like right now, this is the main subject. We are in collective trauma. We watched a man bleed out after taking a bullet to the neck. All of us watched it. Like, believe me, I'm making a whole bunch of videos about this because this is the current subject, right? Epstein is still there. We're still going to talk about that. And there's going to be many more times where Epstein's going to like rise up again. But we can't ignore the main subject, the collective trauma we're all experiencing right now. That would be a dereliction of duty, okay? It would, because it's not like we're making this the main subject. This literally is. I mean, America, somebody asked before about why America always fights with the two. Like, guys, the racism that was Charlie Kirk, that is America. The misogyny that was Charlie Kirk, the transphobia that was Charlie Kirk, that's literally who we are, guys. Look at this. 604 anti-LGBTQ bills, mostly against trans people. This is America, guys. Okay? The misogyny. They voted for a rapist insurrectionist instead of a black woman. The misogyny and the racism. This is America. The fucking black guy's getting lynched right now. American slavery, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, dude. Maybe the gunning down of Charlie Kirk is actually part of the fabric of our healing. Maybe this is like a counter reaction to, you know, this gigantic racist gets gunned down. And maybe this is some sort of counter reaction to all of the fucking racial pain, all of the lynchings and all of the killings that happen. Right? Like maybe this is a big giant counterbalance. And is it going to cause some fucking crazy shit? It is. You know, this ain't necessarily America. It is America though, because that's what America was founded on. I mean, I'll show you guys. Dude, you guys forget about America because you think about capitalism. But dude, this is America. Hold on. You ready? Here. I'll show you America, dude. This is America. Right here. Okay? This is America. This is us. We came here. We came from England, right? We came over on some boats, some of us, and we said, oh, shit, it's a new land. We don't want to pay taxes. What is that? Those are bison skulls, okay? This is what America did when we got here and we had a problem with native people, and they wanted to get rid of the native people. And so what they did was they extinguished their food supply. Okay, they killed all of the fucking bison that the native people ate. And they piled huge piles of fucking skulls and they took pictures with them. Aha! See, imperialism, right? And then while they were doing this, guys, they were, had enslaved people. Okay, they spiritually genocided Native Americans because we came over here and we killed all the natives. And but we didn't have enough people to farm the land. So we bought black people and we forced the black people to farm the land for us. And then we built this amazing economy. And then we called ourselves exceptional. Okay. We created American exceptionalism by extinguishing the food supply of the people whose land we stole. And by forcing people of color to fucking fill our capitalist endeavors and to do all the work for us. And then we said, wow, we're so exceptional. We're so powerful. We're so smart. We're the greatest country on the world, on the planet, but like, we're kind of scummy. We're kind of shitty. We're kind of like, we're kind of like Machiavellian, where the end justifies the means as long as it means we fucking have money. And we're the kings of the world. And like, I don't know, man. I feel like we got a lot of fucking, we got a lot of karma to flip, guys. White devils. Dude. But yeah, dude, it's sobering, right? Because I posted this, right? I posted this here. Because look at this. This was the Homeland Security made this video, right? Of America. Remember what we're fighting for. And they show the thing, right? They show the mountains. They show the forest. They show the river. They show the eagle. And look at that. Oh, they show the powerful bison, right? America, remember what we're fighting for. And I was like, yeah, well, let's really remember the bison. Let's really remember the real story about the bison, right? Let's think back real hard, right? Because I'm like, dude, this though, guys, this is why you can't really call immigrants illegal. Like, how is it that we have the unmitigated gall to look at people that come to America and say, you're illegal? You deserve to go to alligator Alcatraz because you got here, 200 years too late, right? We didn't go to alligator Alcatraz. We came here and we fucking murdered the food supply of the native people. We took all their land. We forced them onto reservations, gave them a casino as like, yeah, all right, here's something. Go away. Left them with hideous amounts of alcoholism and domestic violence and all kinds of like generational trauma. And then we did that with the black people too. We enslaved them, built an empire. Then when we set them free, and then we put them right back into convict leasing, and they lynched them and they segregated them and redlined them. Every time they acquired wealth, we would run in and burn it down. And then later when they're like, this fucking sucks, we're like, you need to get over it, right? You need to fucking, and now like Charlie Kirk and his minions are saying, oh, they're committing racism against the whites. It's like, fuck you, Charlie. That's probably why the Pine Box found Charlie, because of those types of fucking sentiments. Like, what are we doing? How arrogant are we to like walk around this world being blissfully unaware of how much harm we have caused as a nation, and then we fucking point the fingers at how harmful all these people are. Dude, we can't call anyone in this country illegal, guys. There's no fucking way, boss. Should we do a dance party goal? Let's do a dance party goal. All right, we may need to dance. Let's see if we can get one. But yeah, dude, I just think fundamentally, I think we need an attitude adjustment. Okay? Because when you say, like, when you say, all right, when you say that, like, human beings are illegal, you're being like this picture. Okay? Because somebody wanting to come to America and wanting to like work and earn some money and take care of their family and raise their kids and fucking be, you know, have the best they can for their family. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, granted, we can't just take everybody. So we do have to have some sort of like system, and we got to like, you know, we got to sort of like have mechanisms that like make it so we don't get overloaded and shit. But like, it's the concept for me that is heartbreaking, right? It's the concept that like some people are valuable and some people aren't. But like no humans are illegal, man. You know, undocumented is a paperwork violation. It's not even a criminal offense. Okay? You can't be put in jail for being undocumented. You can only be deported. You can only be asked to leave. It's not even a criminal offense. There is no criminal offense for being undocumented. There's you go to a civil court, man. You know? I mean, fuck, man. Oh, dude, the economy's fucking terrible right now. Right? But we know this. I mean, we've seen every indicator. Right? Shrinking growth. You know? A lot of jobs lost. They lost even more jobs cutting the government. Prices are way high, right? The economy's gonna probably crash a little bit. I mean, dude, it's looking bad. It is looking way bad. I mean, more people are filing bankruptcy, right? Credit scores are going down, dude. And you know what's funny though is I always see this online where people are like, they should live within their means, is what people say. Oh, I don't feel sorry for these people in debt because they need to live within their means. But you know what's fucked up, guys, is they're not fucking in debt because they're out there living extravagant lives. They're literally in debt because they don't have enough money to survive, bro. That's what it is. They are living within their means. Their means, they can't live within their means, right? They literally have to borrow money just to survive. Right? It's like they're not doing extravagant shit. Dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're fucking literally just trying to survive. Dude, Pinky, let's go. All right. But dude, we let's finish this fucking article here. I want to finish this 𝗙ป์article and then for the video, and then we're going to talk a little bit about Epstein. Okay? All right. So I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I'm told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker, it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly they just talk video games. Yesterday, 𝗙cie Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. And again, from those pictures, you can tell, dude, his family, like, there was a wall between them. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account brimming with praise for him, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. And that was it, right? That was it. Like, they didn't really know him. They heaped praise. Oh, he's so smart. He does so good on the ACT. Look at all these pictures of him in every restaurant in the Washington fucking Utah area, but they didn't actually fucking know him. You know what I'm saying? When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low key between themselves. And that's another good point, that Tyler didn't even feel like he could share himself with his family. Like his natural state of existence was just being what they thought he was and just disaffectedly getting by, right? Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with openness on LGBTQ issues, but this wasn't some cookie cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Kate, let's go. Yes, we will dance the pain away. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, the friend said, referring to the right to bear arms. So there you go. This kid was like a hybrid, right? He believed in, gay and trans people existing, but he didn't believe in gay and trans people existing enough to be open with his family about his own bisexuality, okay? And he carried, some measure of shame or whatever about that. He was a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment, The friend described Robinson as fairly typical of a young man his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. To all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and Helldivers 2, loved to fish, and loved to camp, the friend said. It really did seem like that's all he was about. But again, guys, think about that, right? Think about that, okay? He was a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, Helldivers 2. He loved to fish. He loved to camp. And they say it really did seem like that's what he was all about. But man, at 22, I feel like you got to be about more than that, guys. If you and your friend group, and that's really you don't have any overarching passions, you don't have any some type of driving force, whether it's a love of music or a love of political interaction, or you're obsessed with art, or you know what I mean? It's if you just have a couple video games, you go fishing, you go camping, and you sit in a restaurant and let your mom take pictures of you for the Facebook page while you don't even tell her who you really are. That is I don't know, man. I don't feel like that's enough passion to keep somebody, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you can't play video games. I'm not dissing the video games. I'm talking about how his friend saying it really did seem like that's all he was about, right? It's 22, you know what I mean? I think about my kid, right? My kid is 20 years old. Okay. He's not a big social media guy. He doesn't like social media, but my kid is an obsessive music nerd. That guy buys albums. He goes album shopping and has a massive album record collection of all these obscure 70s music and shit. He knows the ins and outs of everybody's music catalog. He is so passionate about the Mariners and about football, right? He is super passionate. He went through a phase where he was way into anime, and we watched Death Note, and he read a whole bunch of manga. He's really interested in the Middle East and Islam and stuff. And he's does deep dives on learning about the religion and shit, and kind of trying to understand why there's so much Islamophobia in America. He's so filled to the brim with he goes and sees a movie and he fucking will deconstruct the movie and want to talk about all this shit related to the movie. So there's he's got a lot of interests and passions, and he has strong political views, and he'll argue with me. And he also plays video games, but he's also a very deep, passionate, very, I don't know, he's got a lot of things that he is passionate about. And it sounds to me like this kid didn't have a lot of passion, Like, this kid didn't have a lot of passion. He just had, you know, some stuff, right? You know what I mean? Right? Even his friends are like, yeah, he wasn't really political. He wasn't really this crazy activist. He was a pretty regular Utah guy, like to fish camp and play a couple video games, and that was it. Like, he didn't really, right? He wasn't a man of like deep passion. And not that everybody has to be a person of deep passion, but I think if you want to have a zest for life, if you want to have a passion for life, it's like deep passions are really, you know, I don't know. Deep passions are the things that make your life feel not like you're like somebody else is living it, right? Like, if you don't have passion, it's real easy to end up in a life where you feel like you're watching somebody else live this life and you're just sort of this disaffected passenger, like spectating somebody just kind of going through an existence, going to work, hanging with the family, getting their picture taken, smiling for the camera, playing video games with your bros, go fishing, go to work, go have dinner with the family, fucking smile pretty for the fucking Christmas picture, go play video games with your bros, right? I mean, it's like passion and energy and enthusiasm is what fucking feeds like that like connection to other humans in the earth, you know? You know what I mean? And the whole time he had to hide that he was bisexual or he felt like he had to hide it, you know? Yeah, no, I know the sexuality thing. If you're in Utah and you're gay in Utah, it's pretty hard to be fucking gay or bisexual in Utah. Let me just tell you. I mean, if you want to see how fucked up they are in Utah, just Google soaking, okay? Google soaking Utah, and that will tell you how fucked up Utah is. I mean, they're pretty fucking twisted, right? You know, they are, dude. Dude. Oh. All right. So look at this. This is Helldivers 2, and somebody posted Helldivers 2 and tagged him, and he says, "One step closer to finding the DRG dwarves." The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet casings from the shooting, "Hey, fascist, catch," though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. 3 arrows, initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa, of course, because they're dumb shits, are also a reference to Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's confirm that Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search for posts of Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up just 1 hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on the day of the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. 1 post each, guys. This guy, like, wasn't even memeing about Joe Biden and Donald Trump. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of. That was it. September 25th, 2019. Not very passionate, right? You don't even have any idea of how he feels about Trump getting booted. It's more like an information delivery, right? You see how detached that response is? Who is winning the election? You would know. All right, now this is interesting, right? Because this guy says, who is winning the election? You would know. So they think he is like the political one of their bunch, or he's at least paying attention to the election, right? By saying you would know. That's a little bit telling. And he says Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. Who is probably going to win? I'm not sure. When will we know? Not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. He's not even like saying anything either way. And what's more, though, all he said was he called him Donald. right? Who calls Trump Donald? Dude, that's funny. Good night, felony. Trans power to you. That's wild. Right? The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers where Discord chats are hosted was so hard to believe, we all just thought, what a weird joke to make. See? Like when he said that whole thing, that disaffected thing of like, hey guys, I'm sorry, that was me. They were all like, you know what I mean? Right? They were all like fucking, like, dude, what a weird joke. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other and saying, check the news. He said, yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. And that's the big thing, guys. The coming back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He was a really smart guy, but super hard to read. Stone cold poker face. And you could always never be confident assuming anything. Stone cold poker face. Disaffected. You know what I'm saying? Disaffected, disconnected, right? When I asked if he opened up to anyone, the friend replied, as far as we knew, he was opened up. Despite his verbal reticence, Robinson was not a loner, according to his friends. Unlike the stereotypical outcast shooter driven to violence by social rejection, he was apparently amiable and well-liked. Everyone who knew him liked him, and he was always nice, a little quiet, kept to himself mostly, but wasn't a recluse. The childhood friend said, regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. A Discord post from another like Mormon friend posted, right? Dude, Cash Patel's poker face is more like fucking surprised face, right? Surprised, cross-eyed face. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I asked that we all say a prayer for him and his family. Yada, 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 right? The last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty different views on politics, a friend said. We all just exist as friends and just play stuff, okay? So that's from a friend. That's not his post. Cat memes, weather updates, home improvement, and the odd Garfield reference populate Robinson's post. Think about that, guys. Cat memes, weather updates, home improvement, and the odd Garfield reference. Right? That's pretty fucking crazy. I'm going to eep pretty soon. Very EP, he said in one post. An intentionally silly misspelling of the word sleep, a common Gen Z convention. I'm very ill. Right? Another John Arbuckle appears. Right? It says gullible on the ceiling. I mean, this guy was pretty, right? Pretty fucking like spring in New Hampshire, spring in southern Utah. This guy was pretty, I don't know, right? Like nothing about him like leaps off the page, you know? Had to replace a monitor that was on a wall mount. The top two mounting points needed to have a standoff. Person who did the initial install didn't have them. So they just stacked like 8 washers to make the connection. He's like, I know the feeling. He shows some fucking thing like detached from a cement plate, right? The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media see the country in wholly partisan terms. Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue, old media versus social media, liberal versus conservative, right versus left, straight versus gay, and on and on. Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah should remind us of the actual diversity of the nation and of the cost of polarization that demonizes the other side. No one in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any of the messages I reviewed. They're just struggling to understand what their friend did. But Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization and conspiracy. Today, FBI Director Patel vowed to investigate anyone and everyone in that Discord chat. What I see is a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers like the rest of the country. Dude, I mean, that's a great article, guys. And I'll be honest, I don't love Ken Klippenstein. I don't love Ken Klippenstein. Sometimes I find him to be a little offensive, actually, because he's a little bit like, you know, overly zealous in the fucking trashing on the Dems all the time, which I don't love. But I think that was actually a really good article because that's just it, guys. I don't think this guy was, I don't think this guy was like the rest of us. Okay. You know what I mean? And you're right. The guy in Colorado was much more of the neo-Nazi. We're not talking about that, you know, but this guy was, you know, obviously like, I don't know. To me, guys, it really comes down to this. I feel like this is who this guy was, right? Where every photograph of him is just him in a restaurant, at a plate of food, hanging out with the family, right? Until, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I mean? There he is. Guns. Introduced to guns too young. And mostly he was a bisexual dude who couldn't be honest with his own parents. Right? Or having some sexual exploration going on with him. And he didn't have room. He couldn't be himself in that environment. And yet they were the loving, supportive, doting family that were so proud of him. But he was repressed and hidden and disconnected and didn't fit, didn't have a lot of like outright passions. And, you know, and there we go. He had found somebody he loved, but mostly he's just a fucking pretty, oh God, dude, look at her though. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sorry. Dude, Charlie Kirk's wife, she just looks like a fucking, my dad used to have a phrase. My dad used to call women, sometimes he would call women pills. He would say, man, she's a real pill. Dude, I can't help but think of my dad saying, like, he would look at her and be like, God damn, dude, she is a pill. Dude, doesn't she look like fucking, like, so scary, dude? She looks like she's gonna harm people. So anyway, to say Golding said something there. And Golding, when you said they never picked up that he was bisexual, gay, you know what it is, Golding? Right? What it is, Golding, it's not that they never picked it up. I don't think they really saw him. Okay? I don't think they really saw him. I think, right? I mean, if you look at him, like I said, all the pictures of him are just him sitting in a restaurant. They're good old Tyler hanging out with the family, smiling. He's quiet. He keeps to himself. But boy, does he do good in school. He's real smart. They were proud and they loved him and were like, you know, took pictures and put him on Facebook and raved about him. But I don't think they ever really took him in and connected with him on like a deep emotional level. I think this guy had a lot more going on in him and nobody like saw it. Like, for example, you ready? Can I give you an example? I told you about my girlfriend, Jenny, how she was raised in a family with doting, really supportive parents. They're so supportive and they have the best family photos and they're so loving and they play like Pictionary together and shit, but they were not able to emotionally connect with Jenny at all. So Jenny grew up like emotionally neglected and rageful and isolated and alone. And even when she was out there smiling and being the perfect daughter, she was so alone. And then when I met her, she was in a marriage where I could see like, wow, Jenny is wildly unhappy. We were in a play together and I knew she was married. We went to the cast party and I met her husband and I realized, God damn, dude, her husband doesn't even see her. Like she was wildly unhappy and he didn't even know that their relationship had a problem. And like, it's really weird. Like sometimes people just don't really see people. And what's crazy with me and Jenny is me and Jenny, I became such a powerful thing to her because I could just see her, right? And like being seen does something for you, right? And some people are really good at showing themselves, but other people aren't. Some people are more hidden and more obscure, and they really need somebody who's looking and noticing the minuscule changes in their behavior, or noticing, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, his parents probably never thought that he could possibly be gay. Whereas like with me, when my kid was like 13, I was like, well, where are you on that spectrum? You know what I'm saying? Who do you like? Do you like boys? Do you like girls? Do you like both? Like what? Right? I was like, where are you on that range? Like, have you even thought about that? Like, you know what I'm saying? And like this kid, man, no way did he have that sort of thing, right? He was more like sit in a booth and smile for the camera so mommy can go dote on you and show pictures of how great you're doing. But meanwhile, this kid is like dying inside and nobody in proximity to him even fucking notices. And that shit is pretty fucking, you know, that shit is pretty soul crushing. It really this is crazy, guys. But I told you, like Jenny being in a family with loving, doting, supporting parents who could not see her emotionally, she had more wreckage than me. And I had alcoholic, violent parents and I was sexually abused. But my parents saw me, okay? They saw me. They saw me and checked in with me when I was like down, and I was allowed to have a full range of emotions, right? I had the power of being seen, but she lived in a family with like money and all this perfect family and overachievement and shit, but they could not see her emotionally. And she had like 100 times the rage in her when I met her than I did. Like that shit really fucks you up. Like not seeing people for who they are, that shit. I'm telling you, dude, it happens with me sometimes where like when I hurt my son the most, okay, when Bryce gets hurt the most is when he is trying to show himself to me and I don't see him because I am too fixated on like what I'm thinking about or what I'm trying to focus on or how I'm trying to help him. Like when I don't see him, it is like really crushing to him, okay? It is really fucking, that shit is really damaging. Like, we have no idea. Yeah, it's crazy. Marilyn Manson was asked after Columbine and being blamed what he would say to those kids. He said nothing. I would listen because no one did. Dude, we got 32 minutes. We need 5 more, guys. All right. We're gonna fucking pivot. Yeah, man. Dude, shit is crazy. Yeah, see, can I share a tweet I did about trans people today? Because I think this is important. And it's not really getting a lot of play, but it's this. Because Elon won't let me get a lot of play with this. But it's this right here. Okay? Right here. Where I said, you ready? I think this is interesting here. It says, now that there's proximity to a trans person, MAGA will call it trans violence. If I have a girlfriend and shoot a wife beater, is it female violence? No, we know the answer to that one. But I said here, we need to talk about state-sanctioned violence waged on trans people by over 600 bills being pushed through state houses. And see, this is the thing we forget about, guys, is we have state-sanctioned violence against trans people right now. 600 fucking, like, bills. Dude, Pendulous, I know, boss. I think it's great that you fucking are there for for them. You know what I'm saying? And staying offline is huge. Huge. That's like a really smart thing to do. But dude, this is state-sanctioned violence. Okay, right here it says bills designed to shoot trans people by denying them health care, restricting their ability to participate in life, removing discrimination protections, or in the case of Texas, to make their very existence a felony. State-sanctioned shooting of trans people is occurring right now. You know what I'm saying? Is occurring right now with those denying them health care, preventing them from participating in regular life, or like in Texas where they want to make it identity fraud. I said this is political violence, okay? And we need to address it. Well, so William, I know you mean well with that, but dude, guys, I want you to eliminate the word transgenderism, okay? There's no such thing as transgenderism, guys. It's not an ism. There are transgender people, okay? There's not blondism. There's not like brunetteism. There's not, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there is like, we call feminism because it was like a movement of seeking rights. And if I don't think transgender people like calling it an ism. I know it wasn't your intended. And I'm not giving you shit because I know you're a fucking straight up and you're a believer. I'm just saying, like, we collectively, I think we cisgendered people, we have to be very cognizant of the fact that transgender people are just human beings. It's like the right wing has made transgender an ism so they can quantify it as something negative. They think feminism is an ism, but like, I don't even know that feminism is a thing. I think women just want to have rights. They may have called it feminism because they want to self-identify that, but like transgender people aren't like, I don't think they think they're an ism. You know what I mean? I don't think they are, you know what I'm saying? And like the thing about this too, though, is like transgender people are not just gender dysphoria. Okay. There are like, you know, it's more to it than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, right. Feminism is a movement, but they like self-identified that, right? If transgender people decided to name their movement transgenderism, then I would like allow it. But I don't think they never did that. They just call it trans rights, right? They don't, because there's not an ism. Like, I think the ism is where it goes south, because people think that when they call it transgenderism, then people think that you can be converted to the movement. But there's like, the movement is just for transgender people to have the same civil rights that everybody else has, right? It's you know, because there's not an ideology for trans people. They're all very different. Trans people are Caitlyn fucking Jenner, who goes to the ladies' room in Mar-a-Lago and fucking, you know, bashes a bunch of trans people, to like, you know, the furthest left trans person, and there are many shades in between. Some of them are like extraordinary female passing. Some of them are women with beards. You know what I mean? It's like some of them are bearded men that are delivering babies. I mean, there's so much range in the transgender human like existence that it's not an ideology. There is no set of rules or beliefs to being transgender, because when you think about feminism is fueling all of the fucking, you know, these women that are fighting for their rights in a patriarchal society. But when you look at transgender people, there's trans women, there's trans men, there are like trans women that identify as non-binary, there are trans men that identify as non-binary, there are trans women that are probably living as men, there are trans men that are living as women. I mean, there's like it's like encompasses so much of different sex and gender and human ideation, that to even think that it's all remotely similar, right? Intersex. I mean, dude, the common thing, the only common thing about transgender people is that they are between. They're stuck in a place where they don't feel whole. Okay, that's really it, right? They don't feel whole. And what's interesting about that, though, is I feel like all of us can relate to that, because all of us have a way that we don't feel whole. You may have lost a loved one. You may have, like, you know, given up on a career thing that was really important to you, or let go of a dream, or you may not be to a certain level that you want to have achieved, or you haven't achieved a certain skill level in something. Like, all of us kind of feel like we're not whole, and all of us grapple with accepted. But I mean, for them, not only do they not feel whole and maybe have a sense of confusion about how they're supposed to be or who they're supposed to be, but they're simultaneously being demonized and, like, othered by, like, huge swaths of society. The president talks shit about them at the podium, right? There's 10 NCAA athletes that are trans in the entire NCAA, 500,000 athletes. And the president goes up there and bashes 10 of them. You are demons. You are the problem. We're going to eradicate you. You 10 people are what's wrong with society. Dude, what the fuck is that, bro? Okay? But anyway, this, guys, this right here is political violence. 600 anti-LGBTQ bills in America. This is political violence, and we need to address it. Now, I am not going to blame Charlie Kirk for those 600 plus anti-LGBTQ bills, mostly anti-trans. I'm not going to blame Charlie Kirk for that. He obviously did not author those bills. He was, however, paid by the same people that funded the creation of those bills. And he spent much of his energy delivering an animosity towards our fellow trans Americans, sometimes quite obvious and sometimes layered into cruel jokes, or giving approval to those who perpetuate anti-trans sentiment in words and deed. And here's what really counts. Charlie worked pretty hard to instill just enough animosity and distrust in trans people and their supporters, often even denying their very existence. And why? He did it so those young people would see the state-sanctioned violence committed against trans people and be numb to it, for them to simply ignore it and let it happen. This is why the people who fund those bills were paying him to groom college students. So you say you want to talk? Okay, let's start talking about state-sanctioned violence committed against trans people. All right? There you go. That's my take on it. And of course, this thing is not really getting seen because Elon won't let a post like this have much reach. But I think there's a lot to be said there. You know, that, like, we exist in a country that perpetuates state-sanctioned violence. Like, transgender people are shot by the government every fucking day. And you know, Charlie Kirk's main job was to go and infect young minds to make sure that they could see this violence and be okay with it. And be like, yeah, that's a good thing to have that violence. And I think that's incredibly toxic. You know? But, dude, we got to get the Bible out of the government, boss. Dude, what are you doing there, boss? Dude, you got to fucking... I don't know what your thing is, bro, but you got to... Dude, that statement, you got to watch that shit, bro. Because, like, I've seen a couple times where you've said things in chat that, like, man, I was in a Jewish fraternity in college, and I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you use the word, like Lauren's there. I don't like the way you use the word, like, Jew. Okay? So you need to moderate how you use that word in my chat, because you seem to use it in a way that's fucking negative, and I'm not going to allow that. If I see it again, there's going to be a permanent ousting. Okay? You know, you know what I'm saying? I don't like that. So I would appreciate it if you could fucking not use those words as like a slur, right? Thank you. Thank you. Dude, yeah, I don't know. There's something about it. I just don't like that. Dude, I fucking see a lot of this in America, guys. I see a lot of like using the words about Jews or Jewish people where they use it in a way that's just like negative. And then they do it with Muslims too, like really targeting like Muslims, and it feels a little bit slurry. And I guess the thing about it is like, I do it with Christianity. I do. I use evangelical like a fucking slam. But there are evangelicals here in America that are literally trying to take over our government. So I feel like I am at war with evangelicals that are taking over our country. So I'm aware that I use evangelical like a demeaning sort of tool, and sometimes the Christian, but I'm doing it because they are actually a direct threat to me. Okay? They are. There are evangelicals and Christians that are a direct threat. They are literally taking away my human rights and trying to dictate lifestyles to me, right? And so I use them as I do like cudgel them, okay? Now, if I lived in Iran, maybe I would have the same feelings about some of the Muslims, and I might be real attacky in Iran with Muslims there, but like there's no Muslims here that are trying to take power over me. So I'm not going to fucking slur the Muslims. And I'm not going to slur, the Jewish people, because again, they're not trying to force me to fucking read the Torah. You know what I mean? They're not doing it. They're just literally doing their own thing. Okay? But like the Christians are trying to force me. And so, but I am well aware that I use evangelical and I use Christian sort of when talking about powerful Christian people. I do use, or MAGA Christians, I do use it as a slam. I'm hypocritical in that way. But when they stop trying to take power over me and the country I live in, I will stop doing that. Okay. But when you are like literally trying to force the 10 commandments into fucking schools, and you're trying to like take away our ability to have bodily autonomy because your religion tells you you have a right to do that to me, then you're getting slugged out. All right, dude, we need 4 more, guys. 16 minutes, 4 more, dance party. All right, let's close some windows. Dude, she is so scary, though. Dude, goddamn. I'm sorry, dude. This woman, like, she is. Here's all I'll say about Erica Kirk, because she has no charisma, and she's not going to be able to continue this movement. But the only thing I could see with fucking Erica Kirk, right? I'm going to tell you right now, guys. And this may make me a bad human, but there's only one future for her that would make me like, that I would say, all right, I'm going to create a warm spot in my heart for Erica Kirk. Only one, guys. And that's if her and Riley Gaines become lesbian lovers. Okay? If her and Riley Gaines become lesbian lovers, I will forgive them both. And I will then, like, become friendly to them. But short of that, that's the only thing she could do that would make me think she's a decent human being. would be if her and Riley Gaines, don't they kind of look alike, don't they? I think her and Riley as fucking lesbians would be great, dude. That would really, she needs 8 lifetimes of therapy. She does. I think her and Riley Gaines as a lesbian lovers would probably heal her. Right? It would. Dude. Yeah, no, she's fucking gnarly, dude. And he is... Oh, shit, dude. Did Tyler plead not guilty? Dude, can I show you something, though, guys? Can I just show you something? I know we talked about this the other day, but you ready? Let me show you a tweet, guys. Right here. Where is it? Dude, let's go. We do, derp. I'm with you, boss. You ready? Watch this. Hold on, I gotta find the tweet, dude. Right here. Dude, this is like, I don't know who this person is, but I told you guys how Tyler could get off, right? I told you, like, this kid, there have been some serious operational mistakes made that a good lawyer could potentially get this kid off. And this woman right here said, is Utah trying to lose this case? Right? I just watched Utah prosecutor Jeff Gray publicly read aloud private text messages, interviews, and alleged confessions during a press conference before trial. Yes, about Utah versus Tyler Robinson. He even referred to them at the press conference as facts. Are you kidding me? Oversharing inculpatory evidence like this is a huge constitutional no-no. Even the slap on of a vague disclaimer like we want a fair trial, the damage is already done. Also, the statements by Gray of we will not be speaking to the press during the trial after reading actual testimony and evidence that has not been vetted by the court is a lame and empty attempt to cover this massive violation of due process, 4th Amendment, 5th Amendment, presumption of innocence. This is not just an error in strategy, it's potentially a legally destructive action. Now, let me just tell you, the only thing that may save them is the fact that this kid doesn't have any money, okay? This kid is broke, so he's getting like a public defender. But if this kid got somebody like Dershowitz or a fucking lawyer that was worthy of like manipulating the law through the legal precedents, this kid could fucking get off, boss. Okay? Dude, let's go. Woke grandma bringing it in. You think he's a decoy? I don't know, man. Maybe. Like laws matter. They still do, believe it or not. Dude, yeah, Patel talking way too much, dude. I mean, all of them, all of the Trump team have been talking. I mean, I don't know if you guys realize this, guys, but a lot of the cases that Donald Trump has lost in court have had to do with how much talking those motherfuckers do, man. You know what I mean? It's like you have no idea. Like his people will be on Twitter and then they're literally walking into court showing them what his fucking, like he's losing court cases because they run their fucking mouth, dude. They're so dumb, bro. But, dude. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So the thing that's really interesting, okay, is like what they're arguing about. I guess in Utah law, they're like they have to like expose everything within 5 days, the charging documents. I mean, this is a little weird. So I guess I was wondering about that, like the way those documents like laid out the whole story. But I guess they have to do that as part of Utah law. But I don't think you need to do that to the public, right? Like, that's what is so weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, the release to the public and them talking about, like, accusing of him being a leftist and all this shit, but doing it publicly. The governor of Utah has been going on TV, guys, on fucking news channels, talking about the factual evidence in this case on, like, Fox News. That's not a smart move, guys. You know? Yeah. Oh my God, dude, Luigi's lawyer is good, bro. Like, can I just tell you, Luigi's lawyer is fucking, she is fucking banger, dude. She is. She's so good. Her? Oh man, dude. She is good. Dude, and he already, like, the terrorism charge dropped. Like, she may do a lot more, dude. She is fucking feisty, bro. She is. She's fucking good, bro. I'm telling you, dude, if Tyler Robinson gets a lawyer like her, like, she's from Midas Touch. I didn't know that.
The second thing I want to make a record of, Your Honor, is I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial in this case. He's being prejudiced by some statements that are being made by government officials.
Government
like every
officials.
Other defendant, he is entitled to a presumption of innocence. But unfortunately, the way this has been handled so far, his rights are being violated. And as you know, Your Honor, there's a wealth of case law guaranteeing his right to a fair trial, but none of the safeguards have been put in place yet here. In fact, it's just the opposite of what's been happening. He's a young man, and he is being treated like a human ping pong ball between two warring jurisdictions here. These federal and state prosecutors are coordinating with one another, but at the expense of him. They have conflicting theories in their indictments, and they are literally
dude, I didn't know she was with Popak. I did not know that. Dude, I have a huge like law crush on her, bro. She is like so good. She is so fucking good. Like, I don't know if you guys realize, I mean, I know I've talked about this before, but if I had gone into a straight world profession, I went to engineering school. I was an engineering major, but I was a lawyer lover. Okay. I would have been a lawyer if I had had a regular career and had not done, rock and roll and shit. Cause I like the law. I like taking frameworks and manipulating them in order to sell my own narrative. I love that shit. So all my friends, everybody that I was friends with in college, they're all lawyers. I have always had a friend or two that are like really good lawyers that are close to me. I don't know why. I get along with lawyers. I've liked lawyers. I've often had crushes on female lawyers. I don't know what it is, but dude, she is so good, dude. She is like money, bro. She is fucking money, dude. Yeah. The way they communicate and the way cause see, the thing you guys forget about law is that it's when you go to cases in front of a jury, there's like a charisma to it. Okay. Because you not only do you have to know the law and find your precedents and fucking, you have to like sort of like know the legal framework, but there's a performance of it. Okay. Where good lawyers are like, they're selling a storyline. It's like you're a filmmaker and you're creating a movie for the jury. And then you have to read the jury and you have to try to know who's not believing your movie. And you have to convince them to believe your movie. You know what I mean? And so like that is like, there's like a sort of, you know, charismatic acting, directing, you know, people reading aspect to attorneys. Like there are some attorneys that are just paper pushers and legal wranglers figuring out the law. But like the people that appear in court, it is a personality business. You're like selling a narrative. You're selling a story. You're like winning over the jury. And it is like psychological. And there's a real thing to it, guys. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's a real, like, it is an art to be a good fucking trial lawyer. You know what I'm saying? If you're a prosecutor, you gotta like lay traps, right? You're sort of figuring out the weakness of your witness, and then you're questioning them until they set off their own trap. So it's like strategic and a cat and mouse of like trying to outwit them because you know what you're trying to get them to say, and you know they don't want to say it, but you have to like sink them or sink their credibility. Like, dude, it's just such a fucking game, bro. It is like, a lot of people don't even realize it is like a psychological warfare kind of shit. And you know, it's good shit. You study some trials like Charles Manson's, or you go back and look at OJ's, like where fucking she lost it. You know what I'm saying? Where the fucking, I'm forgetting her name, Marcia Clark, right? Where Marcia Clark, where she kind of like, yeah, I had a big crush on her too, dude. I did, dude. Something about those women lawyers, dude, they get me. But where like Marcia Clark sort of fucked up and fucking lost that shit. I mean, it is a lot. It is a lot. It's a rough one for her. It was, but dude, she was going up against like the best of the best. Like OJ's legal team was fucking, man, it was tough, dude. She had like no wiggle room too, because OJ, like, she was fighting a guy who was like super charismatic and had he was like a fame. He was like a whole brand. You know what I'm saying? So she was up against a brand of a beloved guy, beloved by everybody at a time when, you know, the racial tension in LA was super complicated and like, you know what I mean? There was a lot of fucking, and he had a legal team that was, they were fucking like so surgical. You know what I mean? I do have a Discord. Yeah, it's down in the description. And guys, we're gonna, in the next day or so, when I gather more information, we are gonna be talking about those like possible lynchings in the South. There's some shit going on in Mississippi that needs to be addressed. I feel like I need to like do a little prep work because it's really sensitive shit. But yeah, well, dude, the lawyer, the legal team, if you look at OJ's legal team, they had Johnny Cochran and fucking what's his name? Right, Shapiro, dude, Bob Shapiro, right? Johnny, look at his defense team. Johnny Cochran, Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, Alan Dershowitz, Robert Kardashian, Barry Scheck, and Peter Neufeld, right? Like, what the fuck, bro? What is that legal team, dude? You know what I mean? Dude, that is fucking sane, bro. You know, like, holy shit, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some of it is just like the highest level like most well-known PR-driven fucking lawyers on the planet. And then there was Marcia Clark. You know what I'm saying? Dude, she shouldn't have got the perm. Okay? The perm was like not a good PR move, guys. She should have never gotten the perm, dude. She was bad for reality TV, man. Right? Dude, the perm. Yeah. Not the move, boss. Right? It was not the move, dude. I mean, yep. I don't know, dude. She was so good. Right? The makeover, dude. The Discord, dude. Like when you look at this, bro, like just thinking about this, right? So the thing, I know the perms were in, but here's the problem, guys. The problem is you don't do a makeover in the middle of a thing, okay? You know what I'm saying? You don't do a makeover, right? You don't do a makeover like in the middle of this thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's a good lawyer. She was a good lawyer, but she was outgunned. And the thing about it that was really hard is she didn't have anybody that was guiding her. Like, you guys don't realize, right? Unless you were there, but O.J. Simpson was reality television, guys. Okay? This was a trial done in front of the cameras. Okay? And so this was like you had the Robert Kardashian, who later became, right? Kardashian, his whole family became reality TV stars, guys. Okay? There was a reality TV component to this that was like owning public opinion, winning public opinion, selling public opinion that was required to win this case, in addition to some of the strategic shit about the glove and all that. And so, like, she was not good at the reality TV part, dude. She was very bad at it. She needed, like, a Hollywood publicist to be, like, counseling her, okay? She was not good with the PR. You know what I'm saying? And then the perm, like, gave her this inconsistent look that made her kind of look frazzled and made her look tired. And you know, she actually had a look before that was like she should have, what she needed to do was she needed someone to be cultivating her look that was like making her razor sharp and making her be like a fashionable, powerful woman, okay? A fashionable, powerful woman that was like dangerous, okay? She needed to be dangerous. And like, but then she like ended up with a look that made her look like a fucking single mom that was struggling to keep the ship afloat. And I think it damaged her PR wise, because the thing about it is OJ, like, dude, he fucking murdered a woman savagely, a crime of passion, but he was a woman abuser. He was an abusive man. You know what I'm saying? He was a known domestically violent dude. Long history of this. And then all of a sudden, Marcia Clark looked like a woman who was like stuck dating a domestic abuser. And that worked against her, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times in court, she looked like she was trying to get out of an abusive relationship. And she needed to look like somebody who was outsmarting a domestic abuser. That's just my 2 cents, right? But you don't make a move like that in the biggest reality TV. I mean, sometimes she looked great, dude. Right? Sometimes I thought she looked great, but a lot of times, you know, like she like looked like she was, yeah, a lot of times she looked like she was struggling, right? Perms, I had a perm, okay? Dude, I'm going to show you my fucking perm right now. Hold on, let me find it. Let me just show you. I've got the receipts, guys. I may have to plug in this drive. Yeah, let me show you, dude. I'm going to show you me in a perm, guys. I'm going to tell you. Dude, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the Marsha Clark. Because I had one. I did a perm, dude. It's never a good idea, boss. Never a fucking good idea. Oh, maybe on my laptop. Oh, I know where it is. Maybe it's in my Google Drive. I know I've showed the picture here. Oh, yeah, I found him. Found him. Where is it? There it is. Right here. There it is. Ready? Here it is. Never get a perm, guys. Dude. Never get a perm. Okay? I'm telling you. Right? Perms were great. They were very popular. But if you're doing PR, right? They're just wildly inconsistent. This was me 9th grade, boss. Okay? This is what happens. This is what happens when you get a perm. All right? Dude, have mercy. I survived that. If you wonder why I'm such a fucking superhero, bro, it's because I survived this shit. Let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, 9th grade. Let's go. See? Don't do it, guys. You don't do it when you're doing the biggest reality TV show of the century. You do not get a perm before it. Okay? Need I remind you? I speak from experience, my friends. Trust. I know what I'm talking about. All right? Oh, shit. All right. I got to go, though, dude. We got a dance party, dude. I got to go make some videos. I love you guys. All right? Mangioni's attorney is amazing. We didn't get to the Epstein stuff. We'll get there tomorrow. I think we needed to fucking talk about this shit. Dude, Robert Redford died today. Yeah, it was a fake Izod, though, Pinky. The real Izods had the alligators, and the fucking mine had a dinosaur like breathing fire or whatever, because my parents couldn't afford an actual Izod, so I had a fake one. Yeah, it was a fake one. And you know why I had that, though, guys? It wasn't me. It was because I had a crush on a preppy girl named Christy. Okay. And Christy had braces. I loved girls with braces, right? Because I had really crooked, fucked up teeth. So girls with braces, like I loved girls with braces. And I had a crush on a girl with braces who is a preppy. So I bought whatever preppy clothing I could to try and be a preppy person. And it did not work. But you know what it was, though, guys? You ready for this? Let me tell you how my world works out. Because I had a crush on Christy, and I desperately wanted the Izod, but my parents couldn't afford the alligator shirts, so they got me the fake dinosaur shit, and it didn't work. I did not look good as a preppy. But you know what happened, guys, is we moved. We moved, and you know where we moved, guys? Because this is how my life works. I did the preppy thing. I got the perm. I tried to be the cute preppy. I failed. She didn't notice me, but then my parents moved into the goddamn apartment building that Christy's parents managed. So my parents moved my fucking awkward ass right across from her in the apartment building her parents managed. So guess who became my best friend? Christy. Okay, we never hooked up. She never became my fucking girlfriend, but I spent more time with her than any fucking guy when we were in middle school. And yes, she did lick my neck. She used to like torture me and kind of do that kind of shit to me. So I never became her boyfriend, but I literally was the dude in middle school. No dude spent more time with her growing up in middle school than I did. We were like united. We were together 24/7 for like an entire like year and a full summer. And then I moved to California. I moved away, all right? Because after 9th grade, I got my dad a job back in California because I wanted to go to college in California. So I got out, but like I ended up like right with her, dude. You know what I mean? And I didn't mind because I just wanted to be near her. So I didn't even care that we weren't, I mean, I cared, like I wanted to date her, but I was awkward and wasn't really going to be dating anyone. So, but I was like, I wanted to be around her, and I got around her and ended up being like the closest person to her. And you know what sucks though, guys, is like after I moved away, I moved to California and I went on like her life. She had like a lot of struggles with depression and shit, and like went down a really hard road, man, which is crazy. Like she had some serious like depression crashes and shit like that. And like which was weird because I was so smitten with her and just loved being around her. And then I left and she had a really hard go of it. You know, she did. But you know what I'm saying? She's okay now. She is now okay. Like I did find her on Facebook. And she, you know, years later, she met somebody. I mean, I think she's okay. It's hard to tell because, I mean, she looks okay on Facebook, but I haven't talked to her in ages, right? But, you know, so I don't know. I don't know if she's okay. I hope she is. But, dude, we had one magical year in summer together, and then I moved on. I've had a lot of crushes, guys. You know, Jenny's the only woman that I've ever, like, I don't know what it is about Jenny. Like, normally I've had a lot of crushes where I flamed into love and flamed out of love very quickly with like many, many different people. But for Jenny, like, we've been together 12 years and I'm like more into her now than I was when I met her. So I don't know what that is or why, what change brought that about, but you know what I mean? But anyway, you ready? Let's dance, baby. Long stream tonight. Long fucking stream. All right. Time for that dance party. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I had my nose pierced for many years. I actually had a plastic surgeon, like when I removed it, the hole was still there. I had a hoop and I had a plastic surgeon like remove the hole. So I had a nose ring for a long time, and then I had ear piercing in my left ear. And then I had a nipple piercing too because of a girl named Kate, right? A girl, yet another crush. Dude, I don't know what happened to her, man. When I worked at Dive, when I worked at Steven Spielberg's restaurant in Century City in the like mid to late 90s, I used to work in these really hip restaurants. And Kate worked there, and I was so smitten by her. And then we kind of became a thing for a while. And then she like broke up with me and married a manager of the restaurant and like moved away, dude. Like really suddenly, dude. Kate, we all wanted Kate. Every one of us wanted Kate. And me and several of my bandmates and friends all kind of dated her. We all went through the Kate thing. I was so, oh my God, dude. Everybody wanted to date Kate. And I ended up with her, and then she married Simon. She married a restaurant manager and moved away. And dude, she was pretty amazing, dude. I have fond memories of all my like ex-girlfriends or whatever. They were all amazing. Dude, I've dated a lot of Scorpio women, right? And many of them have been named Jen. Dude, I've had several Scorpio Jennifers. I'm with another Jenny. I don't know what it is about Scorpio Jennies. Right? All right, you ready? Let's go, baby. Dude, I'm a man of many loves. Dude, my kid and his girlfriend, they always crack me up because they will be like, the way you talk about your ex-girlfriends, like, you know, I don't think I'd be comfortable talking about my exes that way. Because I still sort of like love them all, you know what I mean? Even though I'm madly in love with Jenny and have no desire to be with them, I am still in love with like every girl that I've ever loved. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, I don't know, the way I love, it's like a permanent thing. Like all of them, like even the ones that were only for short periods of time. I don't know how to describe it, but I love Jenny, right? And I like, but there's like a piece of my heart that was with every person I've ever loved because I love things so deeply, but also like I let go of things so easily too. It's like weird. It's hard to describe, but like my love for things never dies. Even when it like dissipates and is no longer active, it's still like there, you know? I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's weird or what. But I can sit there and fondly remember like all these things, even the negative ones, you know? You know what I mean? But anyway, now we dance. You ready? Let's go, baby! Oh, let me get it going. I've got issues, guys. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've got issues. Lots of them, right? Let's go, baby. All right. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Get in. Let's go, baby! Dude, what a dance! You could be underneath my shoe.
Times are the only one who's strong. Then I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more.
All right. I'm gonna go make some videos. Dude, Robert Redford died. 89, bro. Dude, it's fucking, I like that guy, dude. All the President's Men, Ordinary People. Oh, fuck. Some good movies, man. Ordinary People and All the President's Men are two of, like, among my favorite films ever. I'm gonna go, guys. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Remember, you could be late, you could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. And I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Let's go, baby. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Keep it real. Good night.
hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. This is it, I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great, so why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure, or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention. And nothing's working to change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it, I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great, so why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view, I'm all about the attitude. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on